there she is. Okay. I'll just wait for her to walk. Perfect timing. I just banged the gavel. Okay, thank you. All right, thank you everybody for being here. Thank you everybody for being here. This is the regular governing board meeting of Cabrillo Unified School District. Today is Thursday, May 11th, 2023. So thank you all for being here. So we will start with our agenda. First, we will do a roll call. Rosie?
Thank you, Sophia. Sophia?
Here.
Kimberly? Carmen? Lisette? Mary Beth? We have quorum. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, next item, 1C, Pledge of Allegiance. Catalina, would you do the honors? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you very much. Item 2, approval of the agenda. Do we have a motion to approve? So moved. Do we have a second? Second. Okay.
Thank you, Mary Beth. Thank you, Lisette, for seconding that. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. Passes 4-0. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Okay, item 3, communications, public comments. And Rosie, do we have any online tonight that I see? Okay.
We do have 6 comments.
Okay.
Sophia, you have a...
Oh, online?
Mhm.
Oh, here, sorry. It's the other side. Okay.
I'll ask,
And,
because she already...
okay, so one of those is general comment. No, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we have those 6, and then we have a bunch here. So we're going to do the bunch here first, and then I'll read those at the end. Okay. All right, so we have closed for public comments in terms of receiving the requests, and we will start with the ones that are here tonight. So we will start with, and again, as I usually do, I'll call the person's name, and then I'll call the person who's next so that you can be ready to come up. Okay, so we will first, actually, one second, quick friendly reminder for this public comments agenda item, as well as for hearings and other agenda items. There's an opportunity to provide a comment to the board during our meeting. We typically have a very full agenda of board business to get through, so as is typical for most meetings of public agencies, we do allow 3 minutes per person and up to 20 minutes in total for all speakers, with the opportunity to extend this time at the discretion of the board president. Same viewpoint, please select a few individuals to address the board on behalf of that viewpoint so that we can conduct our business in an effective and efficient manner, as is in the public's best interest. Typically, the board cannot respond to comments other than referring matters to staff or follow-up, though please also feel free, if we do not do so explicitly, to follow up with our superintendent, Dr. McFetridge, directly sometime after the meeting if you would like to share or receive further information. Also, to further streamline our meetings and reduce confusion, we will only accept a request to address the board prior to the agenda topic. So we have our items for 3C now, and I'm fine for tonight extending past the 20-minute period if that's okay with members in the board. We don't have to vote on it, but if you directionally nod if you're fine, okay, then we'll do that. Okay, so we will start with Lita Wallach, if I pronounce your name correctly, hopefully, and next will be Erica Krein. And just a reminder for everybody, when you want to turn the microphone on, there's a little face with waves, Wi-Fi looking waves sticking out. So just press that till it turns red. And then when you leave, if there's not somebody behind you, you can turn it off.
Leave it on, okay.
Yeah, you might as well leave it on.
Thank you, I hope I'm not too loud. and I plan to be less than 3 minutes, if that's helpful. So I'm Lita Wallach. I live over in Amesport Landing, and I'm a Half Moon Bay resident. And tonight I wanted to, first of all, thank you, each of you, for doing the work that you do, and thank you for the opportunity that I can come and address you. So I actually made 3 points, trying to keep within 3 minutes. 3 points I wanted to make. The first one is, I've read the local control and accountability plan. Not all 69 pages, but I picked out the areas that I thought were pertinent for what my message is tonight. And in there, they had listed broad goals. And I really enjoyed reading this because the first priority area is about student achievement. And under that, the priority 1 is appropriate teacher assignment. And it caught me in thinking about something really important, and the teachers we have in this community and the retention of teachers. I have heard that there's been teachers that unfortunately they resign because they go over the hill and get a job there, and I'd love to see the students have pupil achievement and pupil engagement with some continuity in the teachers. And so with that, number 2, I did a little research, and I found that I wanted to know, why are the teachers leaving that do leave? Because they're valuable. And so I pulled up the 2022-23 certification salary schedule. And I just looked at step 1, because I think that's the most important, because all the other steps follow if you retain the teachers. Step 1, under the Schedule C, which is an MA plus 30, BA plus 75, it says $59,330. And I said, okay, I don't know if that's good or bad. But then I looked at San Mateo. Step 1 for the same thing is $65,084. I said, okay, that's almost a 9.7% difference. So I got curious. I have done a lot of work in the Central Valley. There's a very poor community called Patterson. It's along I-5. So I just thought of Patterson. Step 1, the same salary schedule, $67,052. I thought, what is going on here? I'm not sure. That's
50 seconds
13%
to wrap up your comment.
higher than Cabrillo. And so what I was wanting you to consider in closing is, if you could please consider raising the teachers' salaries to be on par with other areas of the state. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Lita. Erica Klein, and then Marlena Ramirez.
So it's on. All right. Hello, I'm a reluctant public speaker and an introvert, but I love teaching and I love kids in the Coast Side. My colleagues and I across the district spend our lives working to help Coast Side kids achieve all they can. It involves collaboration, meetings, data conferences, cross-articulation, and support staff to make MTSS work. Multi-tier doesn't mean we're split into a million individual pieces, though. We can't do it alone. The focus should be at the school sites. The people power needs to be at the sites. Post-COVID, the additional challenges are weighing heavily on the teachers and staff. While I appreciate the individuals at the DO, I'm on a lot of committees with them, I'm wondering where the extra support, mental health support is. Where's the extra intervention teams, the in-person speech pathologists, the extra support for our school psychologists, the extra support for classroom teachers. I'm lucky as a kinder Title I teacher that I've had a bilingual aide in the mornings this year and last. It's been immeasurably helpful. I really hope it continues, but also except for last year, kinders have been packed to full capacity at my school and others. Why is that? Class size matters. Student-teacher relationships matter. Some say it matters most. People have said they posted for TOSAs and support positions, but no one applies. Ask yourself why. Is it the salary? That's fixable. Is it the nationwide teacher shortage? How is this fixable? Some committees I'm on, we've hired or outsourced many positions in the current administration at the district office level. While all these people are nice and competent, and I'm loath to name them or their positions, I'm wondering why the focus isn't spent directly at the ground level in the schools. You must shore up the teacher supports workforce first. The system is crumbling. People are becoming divided because the resources are so scarce, it's causing people to not be united. The shuffling of students without properly consulting the families and staff is not healthy, just, or right. It has rippling, lasting effects. It was recently Teacher Appreciation Week, which is nice, but there's other ways to appreciate us. Some elementary teachers don't want to come to these board meetings because we're mostly women and feel as if we are not being heard or listened to. It's 2023, and that's a really awful feeling. Please listen to us and don't negate what we are saying or our lived experiences. Consider this. During the board presentations, how often are you directly hearing about programs from teachers or staff? It is admin, consultants, and other paid service providers. It's hard to be talked about and not included. Please ask us, visit us, and listen to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Erica. Marlena Ramirez, and then Nicole Robinson.
She'll be coming round the mountain, she'll be coming round the mountain, she'll be coming round the mountain when she comes, when she comes. That was fun. I think it was fun. It was lighthearted, probably brought a smile to some faces, right? I sing with my students, but do you feel like you just learned something musically? Are you inspired by my vocal range? I bet after hearing me play this, you too wanted to learn to play this instrument. I bet you did. I sing with my students, as I say. I also pound on instruments with my students. But am I teaching them musical notes? Am I teaching them to read music? No. A resounding no. I'm just exposing them to the idea of singing or the idea of playing an instrument, which is all fine and dandy, but our students deserve to get that passion, to get that quality teaching that a credentialed arts VAPA person could give to them. Prop 28 VAPA funds are coming. We need credentialed VAPA instructors for our students. Before my time, I hear that there was a program called ORF that apparently was a fantastic program of credentialed teachers. Also gave the current teachers some prep time, so that's like a twofer thing. The music for minors, the first instructor we had, I had 4 students that needed ice after her instruction because she had no idea how to manage a classroom. Do you know what these are? Some say puppets, some might say toys. Well, I'm a theater drama person, and those are instructional materials. They promote language development, confidence in speaking and reading, character development, storytelling. We use them to write scripts. We also use them in art for creating puppets. And no offense to my peers, but some of you might have also thought toys. Well, I don't hold that against anybody because a lot of people simply don't have the expertise or the background in theater to understand that these aren't toys. Again, a reason why we need credentialed VAPA instruction for our students, to give the arts the understanding and the passionate instruction that our students need. We have a VAPA lead
10
group
seconds.
to work together with us with these Prop 28 funds to create a robust program for VAPA, and I implore you to utilize them.
Thank you very much, Marlena. And Nicole Robinson is next, and then we'll have Molly Stone.
Hello, good evening. I'm Nicole Robinson. I teach reading intervention at El Granada School. And my questions are regarding the potential changes to the elementary school enrollment boundaries. I'm wondering why we need to do this. Like, why would students be taken from El Granada? Why not just let Farallon View stay small? Needs to decrease students. So, maybe if you put immersion at Farallon View rather than redistricting El Granada students, that could be a solution. Another thing that comes to mind with this is, have you considered that every time we do a redistribution, it mostly or 100% affects our native Spanish-speaking students and not our native English-speaking students? Why is this? And just today, we got notice of the community conversations about this for meetings starting tomorrow. The meetings are all scheduled to happen this month, and not one of these meetings is scheduled to take place at Pillar Ridge, one of the neighborhoods that will be affected by this potential enrollment boundary change. These meetings feel rushed, and I'm wondering why. And why can't they take place next year, where we will have ample time to reach out to our families, to give them notice, to ensure that they have a chance to attend and speak up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Molly Stone, and then Brianna LaFontaine.
Hi. I'm a reluctant public speaker, which is probably surprising to those of you that know me because I'm usually a big talker. So thank you, board, for your time tonight and your commitment to CUSD. My name is Molly Stone. I'm a second-year CUSD parent. My daughter was in TK last year and is in kindergarten this year. And I have a son who will be in kindergarten next year at El Granada as well. I also get emotional, so I'll try not to, but I'm going to look down. For the most part, these past years, what happened? For the most part, these past years have been full of good surprises. My daughter has been fortunate enough to have two of the most amazing and dedicated teachers I've ever met, Miss Erica Krein and Miss Heidi Mills. I honestly feel that they have changed her life and my life for the better. I'm sorry. I'm in awe of what they do every day. The impact they have on these children is remarkable. They have inspired in me a passion for early childhood education that I didn't know was there. My favorite days are my volunteer days. The not so good surprise to me has been the financial challenges that we face in public education. More specifically, in this district, it scares me. The turnover, the instability for our children and for our educators. We are again seeing teachers leave this year for better pay at neighboring districts. I want to believe that you are all looking for every possible solution, turning over every stone, discussing every creative solution. But are you doing everything? Are we doing everything? Because I can promise you this, these educators are doing everything, day in and day out. They deserve more. We need to find a solution. They need multi-year contracts. They need competitive salaries and benefits. We need teachers, and not just any teachers, these teachers, these remarkable teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Molly. Brianna, and then it says Abby Foster / Heidi Mills, so I'm not sure what that means. What, I guess one of you, or together? Okay, Heidi. Okay.
Hello. Good evening, board members and district administration. I stand in front of you today with a plea. Over the past 12 months, I have watched these meetings get more contentious and the divide grow between that side of the room and this. I will not speak for the teachers, but I will speak to what I am witnessing on the outside. This group behind me, the educators, the backbone of this district, the ones who are molding the minds of our future deserve respect. Employee retention is a hot topic at the moment throughout most fields. My HR specialist told me how her human resource trainings this year have focused on employee retention and how showing employees gratitude through things ranging from sending box gifts to their home to handwritten notes decrease turnover. The other day I was talking to a college educator about how it doesn't take much to make someone feel their worth, but it also doesn't take much for them to feel less than. I have heard many times how hard this person from the district office is working or how this DO person is. Do you all realize how hard our teachers are working? If so, do you tell them? Teachers have such a great amount of respect from me. I can say with 100% confidence that our El Granada teachers know how I feel. It is not hard to show respect. It also doesn't have to cost anything. For example, when our teachers say that they need collaboration time, you trust that they do. When I found out why my kids get out an hour or so earlier on Tuesdays, I understood. I'm a working parent with no childcare. I'm toward the top of the list that would struggle with that time. But I know what that means for the teachers to have, and therefore how it helps our students, so I figure it out. My kids get out at 2:15 and 2:50. That doesn't exactly align with most work schedules, so a lot of kids have after-school care, and the majority of us who don't have it figured out. On Tuesdays, I may have to get to school 1 hour earlier, but both kids are done, one pickup. That 1 hour might be a slight inconvenience for me, but it's the time I see our teachers working together to create the best education for our kids, so it's worth it. I respect their decision and show it by not fighting it. Educators deserve the world, but at the very least, they are justified in receiving respect. My plea is that they are shown, in every way possible, all that they deserve. Bryant H. McGill said, "One of the most sincere forms of respect is actually listening to what another has to say." Thank you.
Thank you, Brianna. Next, Heidi.
Yes, I'm speaking on behalf of Abby Foster. Dear school board members, I want to begin by thanking you for your service. We understand that you all have made sacrifices in order to do this extremely important work, and we appreciate it. The most important aspect of your work is oversight of the district's operations, and that includes the budget. Receiving a report on the budget from the CBO or the superintendent and accepting it as face value does not constitute oversight. Please do your job. Take the time to read through the budget in detail. See how it changes from month to month, interim to interim. Get input and feedback from all stakeholders. Get curious. Find out how other districts, including those with even less funding, like Pescadero, have been able to find the money to give their teachers a raise. In fact, Pescadero approved a 6.5% raise, which equates to 19% in the past 3 years. How can they do it and we can't? Value your teachers, prioritize your budget to put the money where it directly serves students in the classroom. Abby, have been working in the district for 27 years, and we have been through some lean times. I was on the negotiating team for 10 of those years. There were many times when the money just wasn't there and we lived with no raise. One year, we even took a pay cut in the form of furlough days. Through all of that, we were always able to come to an agreement and settle the contract in-house. Never once did we end up in mediation or impasse. Now, under the current leadership, we are in our 3rd year in a row of failed contract negotiations. We are about to finish the school year without a contract. That's not okay. Board members, I implore you, please get curious, find out why this is happening, and then do your job to make it better. Thank you. And I'm just going to ask the questions about why we keep hiring at the district level, yet we are told we have no budget for teacher salaries. That's not a money issue, that's a priority issue. Those DO positions are expensive, and every year you are saving money on teacher salaries by standing by and watching experienced and highly qualified educators leave and replacing them with new teachers. New teachers who get their experience, and rightfully so, move on to a better paying district. Those monies that you are saving at the educator level should not be turned over to further fatten staffing at the district office. You continue to hire or outsource additional positions, Positions like the environmental sustainability coordinator, you now have 2 construction leads, 1 internal, 1 external, because 1 wasn't enough. The steering committee has an external lead from Texas. I just don't understand how you have the money for these positions, not to mention all the assistants. Budget 101 is you need to run lean, efficiently, and effectively. Having layers of bureaucracy is not serving your customers, who are our precious students. They deserve better. You want to look at student achievement? You need to follow the money trail. See where it's going, because it's not going to support the achievement of our students. Respect and retain your educators. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby/Heidi. Next is Teresa Gray, and after that will be Corinna Leibowitz. Is Teresa here?
Hi, can you hear me okay? So I'm a speech-language pathologist. I'm also a professor at San Francisco State University in the Graduate College of Education. I'm also a resident of El Granada, and my 2 children attend El Granada Elementary School. Last year, the board planned to vote to rezone the district without any input from the community. The board, perhaps inadvertently, silenced the parents, kids, family members, teachers, and folks who live in the district, and that just doesn't seem right. Some might call it an injustice or inequitable proceedings. I reviewed the proposed rezoning plans, and it affects areas of low-income housing, including our Latino families. Some of these families speak Spanish, yet the proposal was not available in Spanish. Last month, Spanish-speaking parents attended this meeting but gathered outside. How can all voices be heard and appreciated if some of our parents did not feel comfortable to be in this room? And I want to give a big thanks to Ms. Cortez, who went outside to offer support. I really appreciate that, and I think it speaks a lot. And I know the board cares, so together we can find a solution that supports all of us. After all, on the CUSD website, it says education is a partnership between student, family, school, and community. That said, when the board doesn't inform the community ahead of time about what they vote on, or they bury topics within the agenda, I can only wonder what else the board isn't sharing with its constituents. At the last board meeting, I listened to teacher and community concerns. What I found most striking is that these teachers don't have an active contract. The district wants teachers to work longer hours without collaboration time, and no raise has been offered. Given the rate of inflation, this amounts to a pay cut. Teachers are essential to student learning. If we don't have good teachers, we aren't serving our children. Last year, my son's 4th grade teacher quit after 4 days. Then we had a long-term substitute. One day at drop-off, I was on the street 50 yards from the playground, and I heard that substitute yell at a kid, if you don't behave, you'll lose recess. Quality teachers don't use antiquated pedagogies from the 1950s. Later that week, my son showed me a classroom worksheet. They were telling time, and I said, you did that in 1st grade. He said, that's what I told the teacher, and she told me to sit down, stop talking, and don't ask questions. A qualified, full-time hired teacher would not have behaved in this way. So the next time I'm at a mixer at San Francisco State, and a student teacher asks me what it's like down in Half Moon Bay, I'd like to say that our schools are staffed with qualified, well-paid, and highly respected teachers that are happy to be at their jobs. Is that the case now? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Teresa. Corinna, and then Pauline Shu.
Good evening. So I'm here to talk about teacher pay. And the long and the short of it is that I urge you to find a way to provide the teachers with a raise. Teachers are critical to the students' experience and to strong and healthy schools. I say this not just as a future parent of a student, but as someone who lives here. Because strong and healthy schools are critical to a strong and healthy community. What you all do, really matters to our whole community. I've heard you say there is no money in the budget, and I believe you. Like, you've got a budget, there's no extra money. That makes sense, that it's just not there. And yet, budgets, like time, ultimately always come down to priorities. It's not that I don't have any time to work out. It's that I don't really prioritize it above all the other things I'm trying to do. I understand the weight of the responsibility you bear for running strong schools that support all our children and the myriad details that are entailed in that work. Rather, I should say, I understand that there are myriad details and you're balancing a lot of things. All that hard work, though, feels critically jeopardized if we cannot attract and retain strong teachers, or if they have to spend their valuable time negotiating a contract every year, rather than resting up to have the amazing energy they bring to nurturing and growing our wild and sometimes difficult high-energy children. So while I get it, the money is allocated elsewhere to things you feel are important. I'm sure we all agree that those things are important. That's a fact, but it's also a fact that we are losing good people and not respecting the amazing people we have. Tell us, I think, because I think this would be helpful and interesting and useful, tell us what we would need to give up in order to find the money to give the teachers a raise. So I get that it's a matter of prioritization, and I get that there might be sacrifices and hard choices. But since I can't imagine anything more fundamentally important to our schools and community than our teachers, I'm asking that we make these choices, respect our teachers, and give them the raises they deserve. With my last 30 seconds, I'd like to say that I also support the comments that were made around the not redistricting, but moving the lines of the school. And I appreciate that it was paused. I think the process is really important. I think meetings in the communities that are going to be impacted, super important. And I was pretty disappointed last meeting that the plans that the district prioritized were ones that were really just going to end up impacting our lower income communities. I know that the decision isn't made, but I really hope that this is a genuine information gathering session, not sessions to just convince people. Thank you.
Thank you, Corinna. Pauline Shu, and then will be Shannon Murray.
Hi, my name is Pauline Shu, and I teach at El Granada School, and I've been in this district almost 30 years and lived on the coast side for almost 40 years. And I hadn't prepared anything, but I just felt like I had to come up and say, I have so many things that I love about being in the district, being at El Granada School, the people I teach with, my administrator. I went on a Zoom the other day with some of you on the environmental committee. There's all this wonderful stuff going on. And then I go, wait a minute. There's that other part of me that goes, my daughter has a math degree. There was a time I was hoping she'd teach with Amy Traynor. You know, wouldn't that have been wonderful? But now I go, I'm glad she didn't. I'm glad she didn't do that. I think of my best friend's daughter, who I encouraged. I was so happy she's in the district, and now I go, maybe not so great. I watched TV with my daughter, and she saw Mr. Reardon, and I thought, God, you know what? My son, who's 40, had him, and he put up with my son, right? My son's not easy, but my daughter, who's wonderful, couldn't say enough things about the art department. And to think that he might leave that, it just feels like, what happened to being a teacher in Cabrillo? It was just so wonderful to be here. And then to have negotiation tell us that, 0%. How can people live on 0% here? I can. I have my house. I moved here almost 40 years ago. I have my house. But my daughter, any new teacher coming in here, they can't possibly live here on a salary and rent. And I would encourage them to go over the hill so that they feel that they're appreciated. I looked at the CTA magazine. Every district, what is it? Pay and retention of teachers. And I think about the high school and the revolving door of the middle school and the high school. It saddens me. And I know it's hard work, and I don't understand the disconnect where Our negotiators say there's some money coming in from the state. We hear on TV the governor got a COLA to the state, but then we're told, no, it didn't
15
come.
seconds.
I don't understand, but I think we have hard work to do to find the money to pay the teachers so we keep teachers here that are going to care and build our students. Thank you. Thank you for all your hard work, school board members.
Thank you, Pauline. Shannon Murray, and then I will read the online comments.
Hi. Last month I addressed you from my teacher perspective. Today I am switching hats. Here I am in my mom hat. I have 2 boys in the thick of their tween years. I know that they will be depending on their Cunha and high school teachers to shape them into well-educated, motivated, good men. How will they have these ever-important role models when our district leaders are leaving in droves? Teachers. I started thinking of the many talented educators who I once hoped would teach them. So many have left. Then I began thinking about the handful who have stayed. I started wondering, why did they stay? Then I had an epiphany. Those who remain all have or had children in the CUSD system. While we have not chosen to stay here for the competitive salary, we have stayed for the community and the family. Well, this is no longer the case. With full family benefits no longer on the table, this niche of CUSD loyal lifers is a dying breed. What do we have now to keep our teachers here? Who will be left for my kids with the experience and talent that makes an educator truly remarkable? Retaining these teachers must be a priority. It must. Yet, when I listen to each month's commentary, and I always listen through the Pacific Coast TV usually, so I can parent concurrently, I hear sentiments of wishing and sorrow. We wish we could give the teachers a raise. We feel saddened by their hardships. We hope we can come together as a community. Members of the board, we are coming together as a community. We are here telling you there is another perspective. We have professionals in this room who have studied district budgets for decades. These teacher leaders told us all in 2010 that we needed to take a pay cut, and we did. They have offered to show you alternate ways to prioritize spending. Have you asked them to tell you their ideas? We are depending on you to look at things from a different perspective. What is truly necessary? What can be cut? Highly qualified teachers that stay are essential. Reading intervention, elementary science education, and the arts instructed by credentialed specialists are also necessary to develop well-rounded whole people. Legal fees spent in mediation and increasing administrative costs are not. I know it's not easy and it's not fair that we do not get funding to compete with other districts. I get it. I was a math minor in college. I too enjoy spreadsheets, numbers, and budgets. Our district is similar to Foster City or South San Francisco, and my son's future teachers would make about $10,000 more at those districts. They would not be asked to teach without a settled contract for the 5th year in a row. So why would they stay? This is a crisis in our school district. It is imperative that we begin to look at alternative budgeting solutions and shift our priorities to reflect what we value and what our children most immediately need. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shannon. Now I'll read the comments submitted online. First one is from Anna Alderkamp, parent of first grade and incoming TK student at Hatch. The district has received a lot of money to support students coming out of the pandemic, learning loss, and social emotional needs. Please prioritize putting this money closer to the students who need it. Staff and increase academic math and reading interventions, smaller class sizes for children in high-need schools, especially grades 1 to 2, provide quality arts instruction to all students by credentialed teachers, art, music, drama, provide physical education to all students, TK to 12, at least 2 times a week by a credentialed physical education teacher. Quality physical education programs lead to greater social emotional well-being. Treat teachers as professionals. Give teachers the discretion and time to plan, prepare, and collaborate to create quality lessons to meet student needs. Prioritize teacher salaries in the budget. Commit to funding teacher salaries to at least 35 to 36% of the budget outgo. Books and supplies are needed, but without qualified teachers to use them, they are worthless. Stop paying excessive legal fees to fight teacher raises and teacher autonomy. Students in our district are not receiving the things they need to succeed: reading, math intervention, powerful social emotional learning, and counseling. Even when services are provided, they are not long-term or sustained. Many children are in line for intervention. Delaying counseling and interventions may disrupt the whole class. We have great teachers in our district. Please prioritize fair compensation to retain our teachers. Teacher retention is directly linked to student success, so we need to keep our teachers. Thank you. Next, Todd and Susan Schmidt, parents of 2 students in Hatch Immersion Program. As parents of Hatch students, we are concerned about the apparent lack of financial support for district teachers, evidenced by a 0% raise in a period of high inflation. That makes it difficult for CUSD to attract and retain staff, dedicated staff. In addition, we have just learned that both administrators at Hatch are leaving to take jobs over the hill. We do not want CUSD to be a place where good teachers and administrators gain experience only to leave for a better paying job somewhere else. We encourage the board to prioritize policies and financial decisions that support quality teachers and necessary intervention programs for our students. Next is Carrie Blandon, El Granada School Site Council. Public comment for the May 11 CUSD board meeting regarding changes to school boundaries and community conversations. The El Granada School Site Council thanks the Cabrillo Unified School District Board for postponing the scheduled vote on any recommended boundary changes. We also want to acknowledge the efforts of the board to connect with educational partners by hosting community conversations at various locations served by the school district. However, we unanimously agree that the sites of the community conversations indicated on the announcements do not include a location closest to the families most affected by the boundary change. Therefore, we request that the site of the Latino Roundtable be at the Pillar Ridge Mobile Home Park. Additionally, we ask the school board to complete a case study related to the required travel time for those families taking their children from Pillar Ridge to Farallon View and then commuting back through Half Moon Bay and over Highway 92 during peak hours. Finally, due to local and statewide concerns around attendance and chronic absenteeism, we ask the board to consider providing home-to-school transportation options for those families commuting from Pillar Ridge to Farallon View. Respectfully, Carrie Blanton, Chairperson, El Granada School Site Council. Next is Jennifer Jackson, potential CUSD parent and former student. CUSD has the money now to better support teachers and students, yet there is no transparency in how those funds are being used. The school board has a responsibility to oversee the budget and allocate the funds according to student and teacher needs. One of the biggest ways to support students is to provide them with committed teachers. Because of low pay and benefits, teacher retention is at an all-time low. New teachers don't even get health benefits for their own families and can't afford to live on the coast. Why would they opt for lower pay, a longer commute, and no benefits when they could take a job closer to where they live, get paid more, and get benefits for their families? Who suffers as a result? Our students. The school board has a responsibility to our students to listen to the teachers who know how best to allocate the funds. Teachers are the expert in education, not school board members who often have not spent more than a few days in the classroom. School board members should be accountable to the teachers, students, and parents. Instead, they are expending excessive legal fees to fight teacher raises and autonomy. What should be done with these funds? Here are some ideas. 1, increase teacher salaries to increase it to a livable wage, 35% of the budget. 2, provide arts instruction, physical education to all students K-12. 3, staff and increase academic interventions, especially in math and reading. Next, Sarah McCarthy, parent. Respected superintendent and school board members, although I cannot attend tonight's meeting as an incoming parent to CUSD, I'm writing to voice my concern at the tenor of engagement that I have observed in the last board meeting regarding teacher salary increases. Albeit my first meeting, I was surprised and dismayed to hear the large gap between the passion of our teachers, whom we could not possibly be more grateful for, and the our hands are tied manner with which the bulk of the meeting progressed from there. I and many other parents have spoken with seek to understand more deeply why, when a large amount of additional funds over expectation has been delivered to the district, not a single dollar of that is intended to address teacher salaries. Teachers who, in most cases, have a base salary significantly below their colleagues in neighboring districts. How can this not bubble to the top of the priorities considered when looking at this $6 million surplus from the plan? Separately, I'm aware of the disparities in the funding models that place our district at a disadvantage to others on per-pupil funding, and am committed to work actively to raise awareness and advocate for changes there. I also know that the current approved budget is over 120 pages long. I will work to dig in and understand it at a deeper level, including seeking to understand how our teachers' salaries continue at a lower percentage of the total outflow than other school district budgets. And I understand there is a meeting on May 30th to review the financial report. May we have your commitment to hold this need to address teachers' salaries as your highest priority? Will you agendize this topic? Thank you for your time and service and consideration, Stacy McCarthy. All right, and last but not least, Sahar Aurangzeb, parent. Teachers put their heart and soul into our kids' education. Their salaries should be at par with nearby cities like San Mateo. Also, let's hire local teachers who live in coastside communities. All right, and that brings us to the end of our public comments. So next is on our agenda, 3B, Employee Organizations Report, and we'll start with CUTA.
My name is Sean Reardon, co-president of the Cabrillo Unified Teachers Association. This will be my final address to the school board as co-president. 7 years ago, when I gave my final address to the board in my first tenure as union president, we were stinging from what we thought was a failed bond attempt. It actually won by a handful of votes, but I came up here and I told a story, and it was a story that involved ships and sailing and journeys, and it was about unity in purpose and resolve going forward. And it was about a story to salve the emotional pain of that election loss and to illustrate teachers participating and partnering with the school district and district office. I have no such story to deliver to the school board tonight. The recent story is one of impasse, mediation, arbitration, year-by-year bargaining, and 0%. All of these due to management's refusal to work toward equitable compensation for the teachers of Cabrillo Unified School District. In my story to the board, and I think it was 2015, I could be wrong, I used metaphor and descriptive language to illustrate teachers' willingness to cooperate and participate in the campaign to pass this bond, and to communicate our mutual feelings of disappointment in conjunction with the school district office and school board. A good illustration of the current teacher-DO relations were on display at the last board meeting, performed by Dr. Superintendent McFetridge with his volatile temperament and sharp words directed toward Tom Cox. Sadly, this incident was not recorded on PCTV, so let me tell you what happened. During public commentary, and when teachers were discussing our issues, a board member left the meeting. After several minutes, Tom Cox, history teacher and next CUTA president, vocally protested the missing board member. This resulted in Dr. Superintendent Sean McFetridge shouting and using sharp language directed at Tom Cox. It was an upsetting response to an honest complaint, and it leaves me to question why it was edited out of the broadcast of the board meeting. Community members, understand this is how your children's teachers are being treated by district management. As I mentioned, I attend and I watch all board meetings. I often watch them online. In that same board meeting, board member Kimberly Hines suggested in regard to school funding that the CUTA bargaining things just does not understand or know some information. Insulting, demeaning, yes, it felt that way. And since I've never met with a single board member to discuss issues of financing, how would she know what I know or don't know? Now, board members, I'm not an expert on school funding. I'm an expert on teaching art. But I don't need to be, because the teachers behind me and 310,000 other teachers have the California Teachers Association behind us. We have over 100 forensic accountants. Lisa Wheeler, our CTA expert, does this full-time, and she does it using your numbers. When Lisa Wheeler and Kathleen Beebe tell us there's money for a raise, we believe it. In 2010, when they told us there was no money for a raise, we believed it. They tell us now there is money to increase teacher compensation. Now, board members, I would like to tell you something that you do not know. At the last bargaining session, there were 3 parties present: the Cabrillo Unified Teachers Association, district management, site administration. Site administration, Cabrillo Unified Teachers Association have many overlapping interests, and the body language at the table looked like this. District management's body language looked like this. Thank you for your attention.
All right, next are CSEA representatives. CSEA, please. CSEA, do we have somebody? Oh, there's Diane. Hi, Dan.
Good evening, Board. Superintendent McFettridge. CSEA has been working with the district on negotiating new language for our contract to help our members. We have been making progress with the district. CSEA will continue that process with our school district. CSEA employees will be currently getting ready for graduations at all of our school sites. We will be having a end-of-year party at San Benito Cantina for our members on May 24th. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Diane. And that brings us to board member reports. Would anyone like to start? Lizette? No? Okay. Carmen? Sure. Okay.
This April, I got the pleasure of attending my daughter's band concert at the high school. She's a 7th grader at Cunha. Just wanted to do a shout out to all the band families and band members and Miss P.S. So she's not here, but that was fantastic opportunity for my daughter, and I really appreciated as a parent and a board member seeing that wonderful presentation of music. I also attended the budget committee meeting last night with Mr. Contreras, and coming from an art background, I have to say, looking at spreadsheets is a new and exciting journey, and I'm looking forward to learning more about that. And also, I want all you teachers to know we love you, we love you, we love what you do. Thank you so much for coming. As a teacher, I know what it's like. Are we even, yeah, I know my schools were like counting the days down. Anyway, I know what it's like to push through an entire year, and then to do that over and over and over again. Next year will be my 25th year of teaching, so thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. All right.
All right, who's next?
I'll go. Every once in a while, when I start to get lots of public comments and questions about the budget, I kind of like to go through it a little bit in my comments because it's hard for me to talk to everyone. I did meet with someone from the community today, and it was great. It was nice to hear from a community member. I'm going to meet with her again next week. So that's great, and I want to always encourage people to come and email me, call me, I'll meet you, we can talk on the phone, whatever. I'm happy to do so, and it's super hard sometimes when people come up and I'm like, oh, but I want to tell you this or this, and we can't. So please feel free to reach out to me. I would love to hear your thoughts. I always want to hear your thoughts about what's going on and be able to tell things from my perspective too of what's going on, what I'm hearing. I did want to talk a little bit about the budgeting process just because it's so different from a regular non-governmental job. And it was quite a learning curve for me when I came into this position. So I wanted to talk about how it's a little different. So a lot of government employees, apparently, Kim is part of the government, she's not here, but I know she's paid the same way, is on a step and column salary schedule. So you can find that on our website. Someone said earlier they saw that on our website. So you can look and see a third year, whatever employee will make this much money. So it's on the salary schedule. That salary schedule has, on average, 2% a year built into it. So every year when you go up a step, our 3 buckets of employees, which are our certificated staff, which are our teachers, our classified staff, which is our janitors, our community liaisons, our IT people, people like that, our support staff, and our administrators. So every one of those people are on a salary schedule, and every year they get, on average, 2%. So the superintendent will argue this with me till he's blue in the face, saying, you can't look at that as a raise. That's not how we do it in public education. That is not a raise. It's a step in the salary schedule. But to me, coming from a background in industry, like if I look at what I made the year before to this year and I make 2% more, to me that's a 2% raise. And I know you'll argue with me. But I want to make people aware of that. And it's not 2% for everyone. Some years it's less, some years it's 0, some years it's more. But that's how the salary schedule works. So that's automatically built into our budget. So it's already put in. So when you see our budget out 2-3 years, you'll see that that's already built in there. So we know that's in there. The other thing we have to think about as a board is we have to think about all 3 buckets of our employees. So all of our employees in those buckets are making less being at this school district because we get significantly less money than other schools do. And it's structural racism. Don't get me started. I think it's horrible. I think it's horrible that we get so much less money. And I'm very passionate about it, and I do believe, we need to be advocating for it. But we have to deal with what we have in front of us because we can't control the money coming in. We get what we get. We don't even know what that is. Tomorrow is the May revise. Our entire budget could look different tomorrow from all the numbers that Jesus has been putting on the spreadsheets. They might be different tomorrow. And it's really hard to plan when we're working on a super thin margin because we don't have savings, because we're not just looking at this year, we're required to look out 3 years. So even if all of us on the board got together tonight and said, let's give them a raise, whatever that raise is, it would go to the county and they would say no. They would reject it. They would put a big reject stamp unless we show where we're making the cuts. So that's why, another thing, I'm glad someone said it tonight about things they see where we can make cuts, because there's no way to do the raise. We got salaries. It's like most school districts, we're in there too, around 90% of our budget is salary. So we've got salary and we have student services. So is there a student service that we have, a program that's really working, or kids aren't attending, or there's a better way to do it? That's what we have to do to be able to give more money, is we have to cut something. So if we have services that aren't working, please speak up and let us know, because in order to do it, because we're not a company that says, hey, we need more money, let's make more widgets next year to sell so we can make more money. We can't do that. We get what we get. So things we can do is we can advocate for more local funding. And that is what we're trying to do on the board, because we know we get so much less money that we can't give what people deserve. So we're going to try to build workforce housing, and we need to look at everyone. Everyone is underpaid. I know the superintendent took a huge pay cut to come here. All our administrators have. Our janitors make less. Everyone makes less here, and they do it because they do it because they feel like they can make a difference. So all of these administrators could make way more money over the hill. So everyone is making less. And when we think about the 3 buckets of our employees, we have to look out for our classified employees too. Those are the people making $18 an hour, $20 an hour. They need a raise too. So when we budget and we think about a raise, we look at a raise for the entire family of employees here. And I think we're all on the same page about doing that because we think everyone is important. I'm just seeing it, whatever I must. Oh, the other thing I just wanted to say for how confusing the budget is, and I know it's confusing, and that's why I rely on Jesus, but there's a lot of rules around the money that we get as a school district. You can only spend this money for this or this. You can only spend this money for that or this. So a lot of it is moving that money around, and it's a lot of work. And I know Jesus does a great job of it, and he works very hard, and he always keeps his head up, but I always do feel a little hurt for him. He's never said anything about it, but I think when people blame the district for hiding or not budgeting, I mean, I feel like they're either saying that he's cheating or he's incapable. And I don't believe either of those things to be true. I think he's very capable, and I think he's doing a good job. Now, you know, when someone tells me their leg hurts, I'm not a doctor, you need to go to a doctor. I do rely on him for financial information. It's confusing, and it's a lot of intricate numbers because of everything coming from the states. People talk about the budgets, they're hard to read, there's so many pages. Those are things that we have to approve as a board on the templates given to us by the state. So we're here to pass those so that we can get our due diligence done in our voting on those reports. But that being said, I have been proud that Jesus is working. Anyone who's reached out to him that's curious, he'll meet with them. He's done budget talks. We did budget talks until like it just dwindled to no people. He will do that stuff. I know he will. We have a budget committee. They're trying to help us figure out, you know, what we can cut or what we're going to have to cut because we are in the red. We have to show 3 years out. We also have to show a 3% reserve. As soon as we can't show that, we're flagged. So we're flagged right now because we can't show a 3% reserve. And it's hard when our budget's always changing and we are funded less. So I want to work together. I've never been in an organization where people attack each other. I really think that if we want to do well, we need to work together. We need to figure out what services are being underutilized. We need to fix that. And the bottom line really is many of our kids are not thriving. They are not thriving. We need to work together. We need to support each other. We need to bring suggestions to the table. We need to collaborate. You know, we need to be kind. You know, 4.5 years, I realized last year, I thought we had money finally. We could give a good raise, and I was so excited. And then I still got yelled at every meeting. And I was like, a little piece of my heart died that day. You know, finally, we are going to get paid less here. We have to. People that are here because they think they can make a difference or they're happy here. But I think every employee should feel welcome in their job. And turnover for any employee group is bad. So I think all employees deserve to work together and be treated nicely. So we've come a long way in the past few years. We need to continue the work. We need to make this place better. And, you know, I was elected part of my job is to keep us within the budget. And I have to rely on budgeting that we're required to do from the state and county. And I take it on the chin because that's what I've been elected to do. We are not in a good place and we have to fix it. And I just want us all to keep working. I want us all to work together and support each other. And the other thing I want to talk about just is change. We have a lot of areas to improve upon, and don't want to be afraid to change. Things are constantly changing. And one of my favorite quotes is from Stephen Hawking, and his quote is, "Intelligence is the ability to adapt to change." I love that. Intelligence is the ability to adapt to change. So I want to do this together. And really, I want to do it together because we're all here to help kids. That's what all of us are here for. And that should be the bottom line for all of us, is doing what's best for kids, what services are best. And of course, like, everyone wants to pay more, but unfortunately, we get considerable less money. And I just think we need to stick together. We can advocate, we can do other things, but I just don't know how we can give anymore unless people are giving suggestions about what can be cut. And, I know people say administrators, but I think the work they're doing is important too. If administrators are doing something that doesn't seem important, let me know, right? Everybody's working hard. We're thin everywhere. We're thin on our classified staff. We're thin on administrators. We're thin on our teachers. It's hard. So that's what I have for tonight, is I just wanted to talk about that a little bit because I think it's important for people to understand the salary schedule. That there is some money built into our budget. Granted, I wish it was more, and I want it to be more, and I want to work for that. But we're dealing with the numbers that we're dealing with right now. And we're in trouble for the county because we are not where we're supposed to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Beth. Lizette?
I'm gonna first.
And I'm hearing a little chatter in the audience. If we can kind of keep it quiet, just have some mutual respect, that would be really awesome.
I'm going to start in Spanish first. Buenas noches a todos. Ojalá que estén viendo, ya que no están aquí presentes, y como cada noche que vengo yo aquí a invitarlos, desafortunadamente el grupo que vino la semana pasada, no la semana pasada, disculpen, en la junta anterior hubo un poco de confusión, pero siempre están más que bienvenidos para participar, para estar aquí presentes. Tenemos a Josefina, que está aquí para apoyarlos con la traducción. Y también ya tenemos nuestra agenda que está traducida en español, y cualquier otra información que tengan alguna duda o pregunta, siempre tenemos aquí a Josefina y a Rosy que nos pueden apoyar con eso. Básicamente nada más quiero decir que se está acercando el año, el final del año. Parece que todo lo que han hecho ya falta muy poco, falta menos de un mes, y yo también como mamá siento que todo está como que ya es ahora o nunca. Próximamente vamos a tener todas esas ceremonias y todos los estudiantes que van a moverse para otra escuela, y claro, algunos se van a ir ya a la universidad como adultos. Aquí también como ¿vas a irte tú también? No, todavía no. Ok, un año más, pero ya Catalina ya también sabe que todo se está apresurando. Cuando menos se da cuenta uno, ya llegó al final del año escolar. Unas cosas que quiero compartir es que en el texto del distrito se mandó un aviso de que va a venir el consulado mexicano aquí a la ciudad, y eso está proporcionado por parte de la ciudad de Half Moon Bay. Y he escuchado que hay gente que están tratando de vender citas y están tratando de estafar a la gente. Yo nada más quiero hacerlo bien claro. Esto es completamente gratuito. Si alguien les está ofreciendo una cita especial o algún servicio especial para este evento, eso no es cierto. No, esto es completamente gratis. Hay alguien en la ciudad que tiene esta Julisa, ay, disculpa Julisa, y eso que hablé contigo, y ella está más que disponible para todos. Hay gente que está tratando de cobrar diciendo que ellos pueden hacerles una junta especial, lo cual no es cierto. No se va a poder, nadie puede hacer una cita, lo cual tienen que hacer una cita porque esto pasa el 20 del mes, pero la inscripción para empezar a hacer las citas no empieza hasta el 16. Por favor, pasen la palabra, déjenle a toda la comunidad saber que van a venir, y cuando cuando se van a ir con papel en la mano, pero no van a cobrar nada. So, si alguien les está cobrando, es completamente falso. La otra cosa que quiero animarlos, y corrígeme si estoy equivocada, Leticia, si están todavía abiertas las encuestas, que participen, por favor. Hasta el próximo viernes. Por favor, participen. El número de la comunidad latina es muy importante porque la mayoría somos la minoría, la mayoría, pero cuando se toma en cuenta nuestras opiniones o nuestras sugerencias, siempre salimos muy cortos y eso es muy importante porque no nada más tenemos que abogar por nuestros hijos cuando las cosas están mal, pero tenemos que abogar por ellos constantemente. Aunque pensemos que estén haciendo bien, es importante que comunidad participemos y demos voz a nuestras opiniones y a lo que nosotros pensamos que se necesita. Y finalmente, nada más quería agradecer a los maestros por estar aquí esta noche y escucharlos y tener ese espacio para que todos con respeto y con paciencia de escucharnos unos a los otros. I basically just mentioned it's the ending of the school year and it's approaching quickly, and it seems like, especially I know my daughter felt like this year would never end, and now it's coming, right? So that's exciting, and all the promotions and the teachers just gathering to finish off the school year, and it's coming. It seems like it's not, but it's coming. One of the things I did want text message system, there was a notice letting people know that the Mexican Council is coming to Half Moon Bay, and it will be here on the 20th. And people have to make an appointment. And it's if you've ever gone to the Mexican Council in the city, it's a whole day event. But here, it's going to be on site, and you will walk away with whatever it is that they are providing that you are requesting for your appointment for. Unfortunately, there have been people who have been advertising special appointments, special accommodations, and they are charging people. That is false. All these services are completely free, you will not be able to make an appointment until the 16th of the month. That's when they will open up the appointment. So if anybody hears of anybody soliciting, special prioritized appointments and before, it's completely false. Please do not pay anybody for any of these services. All of this is completely free. And there is somebody at the, Yulisa, she is at the hall, City Hall, and she has all the information. The other thing I also wanted to let parents know is that the surveys, the 2 surveys are still open, and they will be open till next week. Leticia? Next Friday. The Latino participation is extremely low, so please participate, please pass on the word, please voice your opinions, your concerns. It's extremely important. And I also wanted to thank the teachers for being here and for making this, hearing them out and letting us know what their concerns are. And I think that was it. I tried to dually translate in my head. I'm not the smartest cookie, but thank you. And thank you for being here.
Thank you, Lizette. I appreciate your comments, and I also am amazed by almost how verbatim your comments are, both in Spanish and English. It's pretty impressive. I think you're an incredibly smart cookie, and I'm glad for this all-female board that we have here as well. Thank you, everyone, for being here again tonight. As Mary Beth, as you said, it's so hard to hear a lot of the public comments without being able to respond, especially when we hear some information that isn't exactly maybe true to what we know from our perspective as well. And I agree with a lot of the comments you guys have all said so far, so I'm not going to repeat a lot of that. I can just say that public education is really a complex endeavor. So reiterating what Mary Beth said, please do reach out to us anytime. So many folks here in the room are not only staff and employees of the district, but also parents or community members. So reach out to us in that capacity if that's more comfortable as well. But we always make the time to talk with people and really appreciate that opportunity. And I come back to what Heidi said about being curious and to just reiterate, like, and just to explain, like, we pour over, it takes a lot of preparation for these meetings. I kind of mark hours on my calendar when I know we're going to get the packet on a Friday. For like usually that Saturday morning, I'm working on the packet, and like Monday, Tuesday, I have like 4-hour chunks I'm working on that packet and working with staff to just give them a heads up with the questions I'm going to have so they can have the time to prepare and not, make this a more productive meeting. So I'm really grateful for that process. And it is a little, I'm glad that Mr. Reardon raised I think it was Mr. Reardon raised the CTA experts on budget especially, because I wonder if there could be more communication with the members on some of the questions and comments that came up. One or two people asked about the COLA that was in the governor's budget proposal in January and why we're saying we don't have that, and they're hearing that we do. The budgeting process for the state is rather complex, as you would expect for a state the size of France, but it is very predictable and very rigorous. And so just at a high level, the governor typically makes a budget proposal for the subsequent year in January of that year. The legislature then pours it over, looks at it, gives some feedback. Then in May, so actually tomorrow, the governor is going to give his next proposal. So these are all still proposals, right? There's no money coming anywhere yet. So that was his proposal in January, was an 8% COLA to be funded by pulling money from some other grants, including, I forget how much it would have pulled from us, hundreds of thousands or more. Anyway, details aren't important, but just at an aggregate level, that was a lot of the pushback on that 8% that he was offering because it looked good. But he was basically like, it was basically a shell game to say, we're gonna give you guys 8% on LCFF, but we're gonna take this back from here to make it like actually stand up to be that. So it was seen not very favorably in by many people. And so we'll see what happens tomorrow. But again, the state does not finalize its budget until June 30th of any given year. And so that means until July 1st, we don't have a state budget. Then it trickles down to the districts, the school districts. And to make it even more fun this year, because of the storms in the beginning part of the year, both the federal and the state governments have, as many people probably know, pushed back the income tax filing deadline this year to October 15th instead of April 15th. And because California is a state that disproportionately relies on income tax revenues for its revenues, that means California really won't know what its revenues are until like November, December. So what is normally a final budget in July is going to be kind of a softer number than it usually is. So I hope that's helpful to understand, like, there is no 8% yet. There won't be until July 1st, and it might be some other number, and who knows how it's going to get funded. Because that was the proposal before for that 8%. So again, we do study this stuff a lot, hours and hours and hours of going to meetings. I'm in Sacramento like once or twice a month and on the phone with people and meeting with people over the hill. Like, we spend a lot of time for our $240 a month, I would say, that we bring home. So please, please, please do reach out if you have questions to stay. Like, I'm hearing these different things, like, explain to me why you said that. Always happy to help. And of course, Jesus is our resident expert, former calculus teacher. So I think we're in good hands. So also I'm hearing from a lot of people that we're out of contract with CUTA. And I'm confused by that too, because the contract is stated to be good till 2024. So I don't understand that either. So if someone can explain that to me, that, I see on the front page, it says till 2024. So I'm not sure where there's confusion about being out of contract. I think also Mary Beth, as she mentioned, because the budget has a lot of restricted funds, there are things like a lot of the administrator salary compensation does come from grants. So I think, again, devil's in the details. If you have questions or hearing what might be a rumor, just check with Jesus because he can explain it. So I think that's really important. And I think that's important, not just because of that information, but because collectively this like misinformation, when it floats around, it just makes us all feel worse than we have to be. Like what we're trying to do here is really, really, really hard as it is. And that's the part for me that's probably one of the hardest things is like hearing the pain and the torture that some of it's gonna be there, but like if we could be in it together, it's so much better and so much easier. I think it's like when there's these bits of misinformation that get propagated that makes people feel worse, like, that's just undue pain. And we have enough difficulties, enough challenges, enough opportunities that we can kind of work together to make things better. I think that would be really nice to see. So anyway, shifting gears a little bit, I saw something kind of interesting a few days ago on the internet, as we often do. It was not a funny cat video, though I like those too. But I saw something on social media and it really got me thinking. Someone had made a comment on some public social media post somewhere about how they don't like these, some of you might have noticed these new checkout machines at New Leaf, like the automatic ones they've had at Safeway for a while. And the person was upset because they don't like the system. They don't like the whole system because it just doesn't work for them. Because when you go in, they said they usually buy like fruits and vegetables, and you have to like remember all these codes to put in for the fruits and vegetables. And like my first thought was like, those are the annoying stickers I have to take off like the pears every time I'm eating them. Like there's codes right there. Like I don't understand what the whole problem is. And frankly, I usually use the other checkout because I'm usually like kind of rushing, tired, and just technically not always super competent. So like we all have our preferences, and that's still an option. But to me, it was kind of like, wow, like people are really stressed out, like just in general with life, right? And I was having a conversation with a friend about this the other day about how like just life has gotten so complicated in 2023, and that then was talking with somebody else who said, oh, it's Mental Health Awareness Month. I'm like, oh yeah, like that's right. That's why we have the stress we're all under, right? Like, and sometimes, frankly, I feel like it's really super easy to forget what we've been through collectively as a community and as a society and as a world with the pandemic. Like that we're going to be living with that for a long time, right? And the aftermath of the pandemic. And here locally, we've had this, horrendous series of storms. And every day it was like, well, is 92 going to close or not? Can I get to the hospital if I need to? Or, whatever. Like that was really stressful 3 months. And needless to say, like a mass shooting in our town that had us like horrified at the loss of life and horrified at the revelations that came amidst that with the housing situations and what a lot of people are like really, really struggling to live with. So I'm glad that we've been able to use that awareness with our county and city partners to make some progress in affordable housing. But like we've been through a lot, and that's not even to mention all the stuff like we individually go through on a day-to-day basis, right? That's like our own things that we all have. We're just all under a lot of stress. And frankly, and I say this again, like coming from global pharmaceutical product development and marketing, like this is way more complicated. Like it's in so many ways, it's easier to like develop a drug to cure cancer or to treat cancer like in 100 countries than it is to like sort through a school district budget, because it's really, really complicated and you're always trying to like do the best with what you have. And you can never get to where you want to be. It's really, really hard. And then there are just, of course, like different ways that we, and our kids are feeling this too, right? Because like we have these feelings as adults of overwhelm, and our kids, it's like, oh my God, to be a kid, to be 12, 13 years old in 2023, and you look at like what their environment is like, right? You make one goof up, guess what? Somebody recorded it's all over social media, right? Or whatever. Like it's really hard to be a kid. And we see this as chronic absences. We, because kids check out, or they're getting high, or they're acting out, right? And getting in fights or talking back or whatever. And we see it with ourselves too, right? In different ways. And I think to me, to just really take this opportunity, in Mental Health Awareness Month to like just reflect on all of us on ourselves and those around us with like compassion and with support, and really to think like, how can we just take a deep collective breath and like calm that animal mind that we all have. It's like specific parts in your brain you can see activated with an MRI when you're like in fight or flight mode, like it's biology. And think, breathe and think, and really be able to do so in a clear way that we can solve some of these really pressing challenges that we have. And it's so far beyond schools. It's like, what are we going to do with AI? What are we going to do with climate change, right? There's a lot of existential stuff out there. And I think the more we can calmly, rationally get to a place where we can think these things through and work together. I mean, we see this in Washington, D.C. and in the national conversations all the time, where it's like, where if you're one party and you're another party, like, God forbid you're like talking to each other because you're a traitor, right? You're sleeping with the devil if you're like playing with the other guy, right? And I think the more we can avoid that dynamic locally as well, the better we'll be locally as well. So yeah, and of course, May is the 100 Days of May month of the school year as everything wraps up. Super busy. I think we're all kind of in level 10 overload. April was really busy for me personally as well. I feel like things kind of ramp up in April. I had a really great time of connecting with families of El Granada students at their open house a few weeks ago, as well as their COSI Gives event at Hop Dogma. Really, really cool. Got to meet a bunch of parents as well as teachers too at different spots in the district. It was great to see a lot of Half Moon Bay High School families at both the grad night and the Boosters Pub Crawl fundraisers. And we had a really, really great like half day exploring safer routes to school for Half Moon Bay High School campus with Carlene and some partners from the county and various families, and at least one teacher was there too, was able to get out. So that was really great. Opportunity to really think holistically and collaboratively about like it's really hard, as anyone who goes up to the high school a lot knows, like we got one way in and one way out and we got like 1,000 kids. It's not an easy problem, but I felt like it was such a good example of how like we could work together and start to figure things out and have a plan about how we're gonna tackle those kinds of things. I was really happy to have a couple parents reach out to you and have some like ad hoc like walk and talks, I like to call them, out and on the trails to be able to just share and get to know each other and both listen. And it just is like, I just keep thinking about how it's like, it's sometimes satisfying the moment to be heard, and to feel like if I just say it enough times, if I say it loud enough, if I say it like however I think is going to be, forceful enough that it'll get through. But sometimes it's not a matter of that pushing and that kind of approach. It's really more about like listening and trying to see things from different points of view, and really thinking about what all of our roles are in this ecosystem. So I also want to comment that we had a really great, inspiring special board meeting last Saturday morning. It was super wet and drizzly outside, but we all came in and had our little time together to think about kind of the big picture of where we're going as a district. So I think more to come on that as we look at the equity audit and strategic planning and try to get out of, I think that's an important process that gets us out of kind of like the emergency mode of what do we do today, what do we do tomorrow, and kind of that panic mode, and think, where do we want to be in 10 years? Because things like housing that can really make a big difference in the longer term, they take years to plan and a lot of hard work. Yeah, so I was also really happy about that. And we had another CSBA, California School Board Association Legislative Action Committee meeting reviewing pending bills in the state legislature up in Sacramento, like all-day meeting a few weeks ago. I've kind of gotten used to this Highway 80 morning and night thing. It's not bad. I just put music on it. I might sing a little bit once in a while, just to make the time pass and stay awake. It was also interesting. I feel like as board members, we often participate in other related community meetings as well. So I went to the city and the county hosted a community meeting about the Stone Pine affordable housing project that's proposed for farm workers to actually have equity there because there are some grants that they could use for that. So that was really, it was very contentious. You could probably read about it in the Half Moon Bay Review. A lot of strong opinions from nearby residents, but I think really important conversations to have as a community. So I'm glad for that. And I'm still on Civic Bell, so still posting information there on that online platform. So anyone that lives here in the coast side in CUSD jurisdiction can sign up for that. And I've also, of course, as all are, following the news in Oakland and knock on wood, hopefully not SF Unified soon too, where students have now missed their 6th day. And it's just heartbreaking because they have kids that are like pending graduation and that's kind of at risk now. So I can only hope that those kids can get back in the classroom and finish their years and graduate as they deserve to do after so many years of hard work. So tomorrow we'll have the statewide briefing tomorrow morning where Gavin Newsom will in a press conference release his May revised budget as we referred to earlier. We'll have a briefing from CSBA, so folks are available to log into that. You should have the invite in your inbox, listen in, and then we'll have the interpretation for schools specifically. But again, that's like another snapshot of an evolving picture that will probably not this year until really the end of the year be more clear. Finally, in terms of kind of news and things that are happening, I want to point out that San Mateo County Office of Education has released its 2022 annual report. So I would encourage anyone who wants to understand more about the context of public education here on the coast side. I hear a lot of times like the coast side is so bad because X, the coast side is so bad because Y, and really a lot of these challenges are so well beyond the coast side that they're everywhere. So reading reports and kind of having more understanding what's happening not only outside of our district, but even outside of our county, statewide, a lot of these are commonalities. So you could go to their website and just Google and just like search for 2022 annual report, and it's really interesting. And you'll see there one of the charts that looks almost the same every year is toward the end, and it's their chart of per pupil spending. And you see it's not like 5% difference, 20% difference in per pupil funding. It's like 3 times, like almost 300% difference between the lowest earning and the highest earning districts. And that's just their LCFF and property tax dollars. If you were to look at things like their bonds or their parcel taxes, like that would increase that disproportionality considerably. So I think it's really good. And the rest of the report just shows other things that are happening in terms of preparing students for careers, how we support English learners, and they do a really good job. So yeah, I guess then just to close, my call to action for all of us here on the board, as well as in the public, will be this: in the spirit of Mental Health Awareness Month, let's just all take a few moments or a deep breath, take some time to reflect on this, pandemic, I would say, of overwhelming emotions, because it's a lot. It's just a lot that we're all dealing with in all parts of our lives. Let's just think about how we move forward and kind of are careful to not just kind of assume what we hear from news sources or other affiliation groups are true necessarily, and just really dig a little bit deeper and be curious, as Heidi said, and just seek to understand. I think that's really important for all of us to continue to do. And in the meantime, it is almost the end of the school year, as Lizette said, and I'm really looking forward to celebrating our students as they wrap up the year. Lots of promotions and graduations coming up. So this is our last regular board meeting before the end of the school year. I want to wish everybody a happy 3-month break over the year, over the summer. Whether work will continue, as I'm looking at these guys, work never really ends. And for many who are teaching summer school, for our students that are going to summer school or having jobs or internships or travel, or just like getting your sense back of like being a human being on the planet that's not like constantly processing. I hope everybody enjoys their time, and can relax and recharge in their own unique ways. So that's all from me. All right, so with that, we go to our student board member report. Catalina.
Okay, so I am missing a couple schools, and that is my fault. It is I'm in the midst of AP week, and I was in LA last weekend, so I just didn't get it sent out in time. But I have a lot of the schools. So for Fairlawn View, students in grades 3 through 5 are taking the CAST assessments for English, language, arts, and math this week. Select students participated in CAST test prep sessions to boost their confidence in test-taking skills. The talent show dress rehearsals will take place during school hours on May 11th and 12th, while the actual performance will be on Saturday, May 13th at 2 p.m. There will be singing, dancing, magic, gymnastics, and more. Teachers in the A building will begin packing up their classrooms this month in preparation for moving into the B building primarily in June. Construction on the A building will begin shortly after, hopefully. At Hatch, 3rd through 5th grade students are currently taking the CAST testing as well in English and Spanish, in English language arts and math this week. Immersion students already took the Spanish test, and 5th graders will complete the science test next week. We are so proud of how hard our students are working to showing all they've learned on this test. We are looking forward to Sports Day on May 24th, and there will be many fun games and physical challenges that our Hatchies will participate in. Hatch is in the process of hiring our new administrative team for next year. We look forward to announcing our new administrators to our school community soon. Our last day of school is Thursday, June 1st, and it will be a minimum day dismissal. Congratulations to all the 5th graders. At Kings Mountain, we too have 3rd and 5th graders taking the CAST testing in English language arts and math this week. The 5th graders will take the science CAST testing on Tuesday, May 16th, and we look forward to an open house on May 18th, which will feature a Chinese dance performance and a field day on May 19th. At Cunha, the state testing was completed for math, English language arts, and science. We tested almost 99% of the students. Also, our sports teams are coming to an end of their seasons. The boys soccer team will be going to playoffs in 2 weeks, and our track team will go to sectionals next week. Boys volleyball, girls soccer, tennis, and wrestling all had wonderful seasons that will be wrapping up next week, and the Cunha Super Bowl winning classes will go to Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. And for Half Bay High School, like I said, AP testing is currently happening. Graduation will be on June 1st, and we're just getting to the end of the year. One more addition I have to add for myself is I see at least 4 or 5 teachers out in the audience that did teach me, and something like I wasn't really noticing this really affecting any students at school up until about 2 weeks ago. I took on being the president of 3 clubs, and I have to find an advisor for all of them, and I took to 5 teachers, and I got rejected by 4 of them. But, and the reasoning behind it was they just aren't getting paid enough. And my response was, out of all the students you could talk to, I know that the best, because I am sitting here at all these meetings, and I just think that we just need to make sure that we keep the students in mind for sure, and this is really important. We do get our teachers paid, and because it is affecting our students, because it's it definitely has affected our students, but this is the first time it's come to light for me, because this is something important to me. I want these clubs to run. It's big sister, little sister. I want these incoming freshmen to have the opportunity. It's NHS, CSF. These are things that I'm using to get into college, so I think it's very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Catalina. And superintendent report.
Oh, maybe. No, I got this one. All right, thank you. If anybody guesses why I wear a mask, it's because my wife works in healthcare in stem cell research with infants. So it's important for her health and her patient's health. So I hope everybody understands. But for this moment, I will take off my mask. I want to start by reminding everyone that we are celebrating, you'll see signs on our campuses of Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, Jewish American Heritage Month, and we accepted those proclamations, provided those proclamations to the board for their approval last month. And this meeting, you will, and we also presented the Mental Health Awareness Proclamation. I want to give a shout out to Caroline Morton and Martha Ladd, who will be hosting a festival, a mental health awareness festival on May 20th at Cunha, a Saturday. And then I also want to talk about LGBTQ Pride Month. You have a proclamation again in the consent agenda, just so we don't call out all the proclamations anymore like we used to. But front and center of the consent agenda is the LGBTQ plus Pride Month. And I want to say that Jenny Walter and the Coast Pride partners are having their inaugural Half Moon Bay Pride celebration on June 11th. Yeah. Good. Yay, Pride is good. I also want to say that last week I had the opportunity to go to the Hatch. I was invited to the Hatch Eagle Club event and got to go with Mr. Contreras and Dr. Bhatia, over 200 family members for our after-school programs there at Hatch in the second year of running. It was just really very touching to see all those families and the staff here. And of course, we're preparing to end the school year and all the promotions and graduation ceremonies. And I will say that I do want to acknowledge, it's also a promotion, and I think he's here, Mr. Robles, Daniel Robles, and I just want to acknowledge my someone who's been kind and gracious to me all the time I've known him. So thank you, Danielle, and congratulations on your new promotion. And it's an HR matter. I won't mention too much more of it, but God bless you and thank you for all your work, Danielle. I just want to give you a shout out. And while I'm at the same level, I just do want to say to Mr. Reardon, congratulations on your term as co-president. And I have appreciated your work and the role you play, even though at times it can seem like adversarial or symbolic fisticuffs between a superintendent and a CUTA co-president or president. I appreciated our call earlier this week and our calls all the time, Sean, honestly. And I welcome Tom Cox. I've known Tom some years now when I used to be on the negotiation teams. Yes, good. And even though it may have seemed that we were at odds last board meeting, I was just trying to make myself heard, but understood. Mr. Reardon, thank you for your perception on that. And we did not edit the tape, so I don't know what happened there. But anyway, Tom Cox, welcome as the new CUTA president, or as I understand it from Mr. Reardon's announcement. Good. Tom, I'm sure I'll be calling you soon. Anyway. Oh, okay. Well, if it happens, Tom, you let me know. So I do want to say, too, that it was a very proud moment for us, and it's been some work in the making, that we received acknowledgement and were honored as a California Green Ribbon Silver List level District Sustainability honoree. And I think that is testament. I was at the Environmental Science Committee just for a brief moment the other day because I've stepped off that committee. But for the board members who are on that committee, Lizette, you've been on that committee for some time. I called Freya McCammett. Of course, she wanted, the board started that committee. But of course, it came from students and it came from staff. And we've worked in district office. And also now, I'm very happy to see people like Erica Krein and Pauline Hsu, who spoke tonight. And they're going to get their own shout outs from Matthew Spiegelman, who is our contracted sustainability contractor. So I'll be looking forward to Dr. Bhatia and Matthew presenting, and you'll see the work that they've contributed. And I think CUSD, Cabrillo Unified, should be very proud of the work that we've done as a team. I'm very pleased that teachers will be taking this into the classroom with experiences going forward, hopefully with a new science adoption and new environmental sustainability, environmental literacy activities. I do want to give a clarification regarding the status of negotiations. I'm no longer at the negotiations table, probably to the great enjoyment of some CUTA leaders. But anyway, I'm no longer at that table, but I understand that they're in interest-based bargaining. I understand that there was some good progress made. And I do appreciate that our administrators joined us in that team. And I do want to say, as far as status of negotiations goes, I understand that there will be another mediation coming up with help, and it is true we're back at mediation, and so I'm hoping that that will help the parties understand one another. But that said, like I said last month, I'm sad today, and I was sad last month. And people can believe that or not believe that. It's not lost to me that this is Mental Health Awareness Month. And for whatever reason, I was reviewing, signs of depression as a result. And I would say that when we are unable to pay our team members, our colleagues, our staff members, CUTA, CSEA, unrepresented, it is distressing for us also. People may think that is easy to say, but it is true. I would invite anybody who wants to talk about this, certainly to speak to CUTA members, CSEA members, or to me. I've had many conversations with parents over the last few weeks, and with teachers have come talk to me. And I really appreciate it. I think it's easy for us to talk about it. I do know that there is a role in a public space in a board meeting for us to have public comments and to make our case. I do think there are some sort of discrepancies and some misinformation that happens, but that's because people don't understand. So for example, I've heard today and over the last few days, the strike word used three times. As I understand it, unions typically will not call a strike until they've gone through a mediation and a fact-finding process. I've also heard that we're almost through fact-finding. We have not yet begun fact-finding. We have not yet begun mediation. So I just want to clarify for the record, we look forward to going forward to this. CUTA did call impasse. We agreed that we're at impasse, and I think that's for a number of reasons, and it's mostly financial. I mean, just to give history again, I'm going to give my side of it. I've often said there are many truths. We all have our own truths and our own lived experiences. I think I heard Erica say about lived experiences. We all have this, right? We all see things from our own standpoint. And so I just want to honor that and acknowledge that. But I do remind people, and people have contested the facts on this too, but I think you can go back in our documentation. We were in budget crisis in 1920. We had to wait to provide raises. We flipped to basic aid. We offered 3% for 2019-2020 retroactively. I got us back at the table as soon as I heard that we went basic aid and could offer, and we gave another 3% for 2021 at the same time, and we settled out at the time, and it was a moment of peace for a minute. And then last year, we did go to mediation, and we did wind up going over 5% for an increase and a $2,000 bonus, which took us over to an 11% raise in 3 years' time. Still not enough, but as much as we thought we could give. And in fact, last year we started negotiations with an offer of 3% because that's what we thought we could give, and we had a projection of 2%, and then we kept looking at the assessment tracker and it said 6.5%, and we thought, oh, we're going to get more money, and we wound up settling at 5%. And just to Mary Beth's point about the weight that's on Mr. Contreras as Chief Business Officer, to a certain extent, I want to shoulder that. And Mr. Reardon has said this before, that I wholeheartedly recommended this to get us out of mediation and to get us to a raise that we offered last year around this time. And then our numbers came in and they were below our projection. And that is why we are in a shortfall. And that is why we are looking at not enough money, is because we gave too much last year. And people can believe it or not, but I would say if you come May 30th, you will see a budget analysis, and it is the third interim. And the County Office of Education is requiring us to have a third interim budget report because now we're back where we were 3.5 years ago. We are back in a place where we cannot make the 3% reserve in the out years or even maybe this year, which puts us in a place of what the county office calls a lack of going concern, like we were 3.5 years ago. There will be people who talk about, well, got too many administrators here. People have suggested that we have said that it's because we've offered too much in raises. There is a whole host of reasons why we are in this place we're at, having the shortfall. But a lot of it was said tonight, and a lot of it is in infographics that the San Mateo County Office of Education provides, which is basically that we are not paid like districts over the hill. This is not my first time doing this. In my last district, everybody wanted to get to the average. We had to pass parcel tax after parcel tax, per square foot parcel tax, big parcel tax to be able to get to that place. And we went through legal battles then with certain advocates after that. So I think there is a situation here where if we just look at fighting over the scraps in a zero-sum game, we're just going to have this adversarial back and forth. I'm not trying to have that. I'm trying to provide facts in a neutral, factual way. But I know some people think, no, you got to find the money. We literally would have to make cuts to programs and services, and I hear the call to do that. But I think there is an opportunity for us to remember that the board has a fiduciary duty, and we will embark on a series of cuts coming up, and we will be required by the county office to do so again. And we will need to get through that to be able to sort out our financial house because, quite frankly, the money did not come in like we thought. Add to that there was money coming in for COVID-19 relief funding, and that money is now ending. Add to that, the state provided a lot of strings attached to the money, so a lot of that money has to be spent in certain ways. Add to that, bond money can't be used for raises, but it can be used for other things. And sometimes that can be used for employees, for example, for construction managers or for sustainability managers. So I just want to parse that. And when I hear these stories being told, I want to say, well, no, there's a reason for that. If anybody wants to talk about that, I'm happy to ever speak to you. A lot of people call me. A lot of people set up time with me. Recently, I've been happy to be in contact with Midcoast Council member and leader Greg Diagetz, who also is trying to advocate on our behalf through the county. Midcoast Council member Gus Mutamal, our supervisor Ray Mueller I've met with to talk about workforce housing. I was at a housing meeting on Tuesday to talk about our workforce housing plans or to praise them for their work. The staff have been working with us, and I think we look forward to continuing work with the city, and we will be able to, in the fall, I hope, be able to provide more plans about our workforce housing. I want to thank Andy Boysen for taking time to speak with me at Half Moon Bay High School yesterday, and then Jeff Clinton at Cunha. And I want to thank San Mateo County Office of Education Superintendent Nancy McGee and Assistant Superintendent of Business Services Kevin Bultima, who also called me about, again, not this great news, about this fiduciary duty. It is the case that the county will consider us a lack of going concern, that they will worry about our insolvency, that they will assign fiscal experts, that we will probably have FICMAT back with us, and you will see at the May 30th third interim budget that as much as work as we've been trying to do to spend and journal monies in appropriate ways, that we are, again, in a budget crisis. And I don't blame anybody for it. I want to blame the state. I want to blame the county. I want to blame the fact that we are funded less than other districts. I want to blame California state funding system. I want to blame the fact that Prop 13 reform didn't happen. I want to blame that there's corporate welfare and school districts like ours continue to suffer. I do want to point out that Pacifica and Cabrillo Unified are the districts that suffer at the sort of lowest end on the coast side of the totem pole. And for the person who said earlier, well, why does Pescadero La Honda give more in raises and salaries than we do? They're funded less than we are. They're actually funded almost twice, if not more than twice. So I just want to correct the record on that. Again, on a mental health awareness month level, there's a lot of things said in this room that I kind of think is part of the game. I want to thank teachers who have come up to me recently, today, in recent weeks, and who have greeted me and welcomed me and smiled at me. and buoyed my spirits. And I want to buoy the spirits of all those that I encounter, all my brothers and sisters, all my compassionate kindred spirits. And I also know that there's some anger in the room and some depression in the room. And I'm sorry for that. And that ends my remarks.
Thank you very much, Sean. So that brings us to the end of the communications portion. Our next item is the consent agenda, but we are also at 7:55, so I want to just gauge with the board. Do we need a break or do we want to keep going? Are we okay to keep going? Okay. Okay. Okay, we're going to take a,
Thank you all for attending. Thank you for attending.
we're going to take a 5-minute recess.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. I'll take Sophia as a first.
Second.
Mary Beth second.
All right, everybody, we're going to get started back up. And in the interest of our esteemed students' time over here, and staff as well, but especially the kids that should be getting, what, 10 hours of sleep, hopefully, you're probably more like 4 or 6 these days. Yeah, exactly. We're going to, I'm going to propose an amendment to the agenda, or I'm going to propose is it an amendment to the agenda?
Yes, we would.
Change to the agenda?
Yeah, we'd modify the agenda, and I think the motion would be to move C to A and have A and B become B and C. But I think you can just do it with directing us. I don't think you need to take a vote.
Well, we haven't done the consent either. So let's move up item 5C to be the next item, and then everything else will follow, 4, 5, et cetera, et cetera.
Can
So
we
that's
do
my motion.
consent first so we don't change the order of the
Okay,
general?
sure. Okay, so
general
let's do consent
business?
really fast. It'll take like 30 seconds. All right, do we have a motion for consent? We have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Mary Beth. Thank you, Carmen. This is a roll call. Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly's out. Carmen?
Aye.
Lisette? Mary Beth?
Aye.
4+1.
All right, so now we'll go to item 5. So now I'll make a proposal or make a motion to change the item 5 order of the items so that we have item 5C be first, and then we'll go 5A, 5B, 5D, so on. Do we have a second? Second to that
I'll
motion?
second.
Okay. Carmen, second?
Thank you, Sophia. Thank you, Carmen. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. 4+1.
Okay, great. All right, so with that, we're ready for item 5C, Half Moon Bay High School's Agricultural Department and FFA chapter. Do we have an
Thank you.
introduction from?
We have,
Okay.
here we have today our amazing educators, Hanalani Hansen and Gail Smith, who have been instrumental in continuing the amazing work of our agricultural department. And we have our FFA officers, and I'll let Hanalani and Gail introduce one of the golden stars and centerpieces of our ag department, our students.
Hi, everyone. My name is Fanalani Hansen. I am the Agriculture Department Chair and FFA Advisor and Half Moon Bay alumni. And I'm joined by my lovely teaching partner, and I'll let her introduce myself, and then we'll introduce these amazing people.
Thank you. My name is Gail Smith. I'm also an alumni here. I was in the FFA chapter when I was in high school, and it's a great honor to be back and to be teaching our students. We're really excited to have our students here tonight and have them showcase what they accomplished this year. So thank you for having us.
Hi, I'm Vanessa Arriaga. I am the chapter president this year, and then I'll let them introduce themselves.
Hi, my name is Itzel Sanchez, and I'm our chapter's treasurer this year.
Hi, my name is Bethany Barron, and I'm parliamentarian this year.
So we're just going to be talking about what we've done this year. I know the last couple of years, especially with COVID, our chapter hasn't really been out there, and from my perspective, I've been really proud of like all the members and just seeing how everyone has been participating not only in the classroom but in other activities. So yeah, it's been a good year. I'm not tech savvy, sorry.
No,
Oh.
the bottom. This one, the arrow.
Oh, okay, I figured it out. Sorry.
Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Agriculture education is based on a 3-ring model that describes the learning activities: classroom instruction, supervised agricultural experience, and FFA leadership. All 3 of these focus areas work together to help provide a well-rounded education for our students in agriculture.
So agricultural classes aren't like your regular science classes. We do cover science and everything that we need to know, but we also cover agriculture, obviously. And we actually have a project every year called this, we acronym it SAEs, but it's Supervised Agriculture Experience. So everyone has a project every year. So mine this year actually was floriculture. So I got to work at a flower shop, and I learned a lot about just the flower industry and like what comes with it. And then I don't know what you want to add.
And for my project, I bought and trained and planned to sell my horse. And the hope is that you start your freshman year with like a more simple project, and as you go on, you will hopefully get to see your projects grow and grow more and more, whether you decide to stay in the same, like you could say plant systems, animal systems, or career development systems. You just hope that your projects will be like greater and greater and more impressive.
For my project, I had originally started with mechanics, but then I switched off to growing some vegetables, and right now they're currently growing in the greenhouse.
So our leadership conferences this year, our chapter hasn't been in a while, so this was pretty exciting for all of us. But so students attended the Green Hand Leadership Conference, also known as GLC, Chapter Officer Leadership Conference, COLC, the Made for Excellence, MFE, and Academic Leadership Academy, ALA, and the California State FFA Conference in Ontario, California. Students that attend these conferences are given the opportunity to advance their leadership skills by participating in student-led workshops. And I'm going to let Eatsel talk about it because she actually went to the California State FFA Conference.
It was really interesting to go to the conference and definitely see that FFA is way outside of just our small town. I mean, you know it like subconsciously because you're like, oh yeah, there's a chapter here and here and here. But definitely seeing everyone together in that big arena, you're like, wow, we're all in FFA here. And that's not even probably half of our members.
So for our competitions this year, our chapter had the opportunity to compete in 2 career development events, a freshman only contest this year. So our CDD teams consisted of farm power team and a livestock judging team. And our LD competitors include 4 students who competed in the job interview contest, along with Itzel and I, who competed in Spanish FFA Creed. And we're gonna let Bethany talk about farm power and tractor team, and then me and Itzel will talk about our experience in Spanish Creed.
So in our farm power team, we have 3 wonderful teachers, and they've taught us a lot. And we currently meet once a week on Thursdays, and we go over sometimes to the Quonset hut, look over tools, tractor parts, and we also get to compete in competitions. And we've gone to Chico, UC Davis, Fresno, and we compete against other ag classes.
So this year, I want to say it was kind of like the year where I kind of experienced it all, because freshman, sophomore, junior was like COVID, and junior year wasn't really that big. So I kind of went into this not really knowing anything. So it was kind of cool to come out 5th place in the state. But it was also just super, I was proud of myself for being able to represent my native language and something that's like a part of me, and also represent something that I love to do or something that I love to be a part of, like FFA. So yeah, it was really cool, and I was super happy that I got to do it with Itzel, because she's super cool too.
Okay, we had a few successful fundraisers this year. This included our chicken dinner community event fundraiser, Thanksgiving pie sales, and Valentine's Day rose sales. As a chapter, we also gave back to our community in need by putting on a toy, book, and canned food drive during the holiday season.
So I guess we're gonna wrap it up now. Do you want to add anything, Bethany? Do you know? But so that was just like a small dip into what we've been doing this year. Obviously, it was kind of like a first year. You want to say something?
Before she finishes, in our ag classes, we've also been working in the autonomy of animals or the human body. It's been really fun, and we just learned so much stuff doing that.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good. I've been impressed with my art skills. Yeah. Scary. But I've just been super happy this year. You know, when I was a freshman, I saw the officer team, and it's pretty cool to see myself be the president now and kind of establish what we want for the chapter. And we only hope that in the future, the chapter only keeps getting bigger, and that we keep expanding the knowledge of FFA and agriculture. I have a little sister who will be going to the high school next year, so I only hope that the future generations are able to realize that they have opportunities that they can get into and that can help them a lot. I think I speak for most people in, I guess, my age when I say that it hasn't only taught me like knowledge in classes, but it has also taught me a lot of skills that I'm going to take with me everywhere I go. And it just has been kind of nostalgic seeing all the familiar faces of teachers and stuff. Me and Itzel are going to be graduating in like 3 weeks, which is scary, but it's experiences like these and being a part of clubs and obviously, I mean, FFA is sort of talking about that, I think, are part of who we are and who we will continue to be in the future. So, yeah, and yeah, it has been a wild ride, but we're happy to be here. And thank you for your attention. And yeah. Oh, do you guys have any questions?
I don't have question. I just, muchas felicidades.
Gracias.
Muchas felicidades. Deberían de estar muy orgullosas de ustedes, de sus raíces y más que nada de todo lo que han podido lograr. So, muchas felicidades. Muchísimas gracias por estar aquí. Porque nosotros estamos aquí por ustedes, para poder ayudarlos y apoyarlos. Y cuando vienen y nos cuentan estas historias, realmente vale la pena todo lo que hacemos para poderlos apoyar. So, muchísimas gracias. So, thank you and congratulations to all three of you, and thank you for being here. You guys really have done amazing work. So, muchas gracias. And I'm glad to see faces. I'm really bad with names, so I apologize because I don't remember your names. But thank you for the invite. I'm looking forward to the May 16th banquet, but I was
Please
like,
attend.
I'm like, I'm going to be walking around feeling like, okay, who's. So I will forget your names, but I now know who you are. So thank you. I'm also a high school alumni myself from Half Moon Bay High School. So it's always just a pleasure to see people like yourselves coming back and giving back to our community and helping our young future leaders, empower them to even just being here is important. So thank you for everything and thank you for all the work that you do. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And just to reiterate, you do not have to be a farmer to be part of FFA. Okay, I promise there's something for everyone, and I mean everyone. You're gonna get as much as you put into it. Okay, I promise.
We'll spread the word. It's so nice for us to hear from students sometimes too, because that's what we're trying to do. Is everything we're trying to do is for you. So I'm so glad you found something that makes your heart light up. So it's great to see. Thanks for coming. And I'm from Iowa, so go farm. I spent a lot of years in the cornfield, so I love it.
Thank you.
And what else? Also, the thanks are you're not done yet because we're still glowing on you. So hang
We
out.
have to love you some
It's
more.
worth to get like 5 less minutes of sleep, which I know you desperately need because don't we all? But I just also want to all the things that they just said and to thank you and just say how impressive you guys are and I love hearing about what you're doing, and it's so much in line with what I think we talk about as a school board and leadership and how we really need to shift to things like FFA and like agricultural science is kind of like our new goal and our new model for what we're providing our students. Not only, like one of you said, the kind of academic knowledge, if you will, about like biology and how the anatomy of the animals and all that stuff, but also like the leadership skills. Because like the truth is probably 90% of the people that graduate from any high school, like you're going to have jobs you never heard of before. Like I know most of the jobs I had in my life, like I never would have guessed existed when I was in high school. But that's why the skills are so important in your ability to like talk to each other, to build a team, to foster that connection and figure out who's doing what for a common goal. Like those are skills I think, and to speak to people, to adults, and to travel and to see yourself in the context of like everybody else, that you're part of this bigger world, this bigger environment, and how do you work within that that context, like, that's amazing. And I think like those are skills like no matter, like I guarantee, and you'll say that lady, like the big hair at the board meeting at times said like, I'm gonna have a job I never heard of. And like, it's gonna happen to all of you, like some job title, you're like, what does that even mean? You're like, oh, this is like the best job ever. It's because Ms. Smith and Ms. Lonnie like taught me these skills to like speak and to not, and to talk to people and to ask questions and to make plans, and parliamentarian, like most adults don't know what that even means, right? Like, but to be able to manage that kind of stuff, that's huge. And so maybe you can maybe you could be a governor, right? Like, and know how government works and know how these, like, why it seems sometimes so stiff up here and we have to like make all these like awkward things like motions and we can't talk to people in the audience. Like, that's how government works, and that's how like companies work, and that's how society works. Like, there's processes. So the fact that you can operate within those kind of processes, like, that's a huge skill, whatever place you land in, when you land in it, and then you're going to jump 5 or 6 more times as you move in your lives too. So just so thrilled with you guys, so proud. Thank you for supporting them. I took a picture from this view too, because I saw you were taking it also. I'll send it to you also, because it's nice, I'm sure, to see you guys glowing in the background as well. So just thank you for being here and sharing. And as everyone said, like, you are why we're here. And we're the rest, we're just all here for you guys. And like, the other kids too.
Thank you so much, and thank you for all that you do. Like I said, we're graduating, and we've been a part of the district
We'll
since
see
kindergarten.
you on June 1st.
So it's we're grateful for all that you do, because in a way you've led us all the way here since kindergarten. So it's kind of like nostalgia. It's scary, but I mean, we're gonna find our path in life. So
You will. We'll be rooting for you on June 1st. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to appreciate, if I may, Gail, Hanalani, I want to appreciate you. Thank you for inviting me to Ontario to the FFA conference. I want to congratulate you all, and Itzel, Bethany, and Vanessa. Vanessa, of course, I see you on the Half Moon Bay High School television channel all the time. Itzel, thank you for, talking to me more about FFA. Seeing is believing. When I think I've spoken of this, when I went to that FFA conference, I had no idea. It was like DECA, Distributive Education Clubs of America. It was like business meets Model UN, meets like crazy science knowledge. So thank you for being who you are. Mad props to you for the UC A to G science completion you're doing and actually applying your academics. Brava. Well done.
All right, thank you, everybody. All right, so that will go to item 5A, Kings Mountain Elementary School site presentation.
Thank you, Debbie, for waiting.
The little face. Just
That?
there you go.
Okay. I want to thank the board also for all your time and service and how hard you have to work and spend so many hours going over the packets. But this is our site, and we had the most snow that we've ever had. So on the agenda page, you'll see that there is a picture of Ski Week, and the Monday following, there was so much snow at school that our generator failed 6 times. But our school, can I do this? Oh, do I switch it myself? Okay, here. Oh, there we go. So there's our agenda, and there's our snow. That was the Friday of Ski Week. And all of the residents had never seen so much snow either. Okay, so about Kings Mountain. We are located 8.5 miles south of Highway 92 off of Highway 35. The school has 3 K through 5 combination classes. We do take pride in our ability to foster development of creative, courageous, and compassionate human beings who are committed to realizing their full potential while supporting others to do the same. The school promotes powerful, cohesive partnerships that actively involve students, parents, teachers, and other school personnel and community in accomplishing our mission. These pictures here are of the 100-day celebration. And below is practicing for our Chinese dance performance that you, whoever comes to open house will see next Thursday. So these are Kings Mountain groups. We are small but mighty. When there are fewer than 11 students, data is not displayed for privacy, okay? So that happens for most of our data. Okay. And here's our academic performance. We have historically done fairly well, luckily. There's 34 students that are represented in this test pool right here. Our assessments are Brigance, Fontes and Pinnell, Benchmark, Literally. Our math is Bridges. We also did some Mars tasks and problems of the month. We have CASP, just like the other sites, and CAST for science for 5th grade. All of CASP is happening for ELA and math this week for 3rd through 5th, and then next Tuesday is the CAST for the 5th graders. Here's our enrichment learning opportunities. We have kindergarten aid, thanks to the district, thank you. PE, the HEAL project, music for minors, art in action, junior land stewards, K through 5 science class, and the young audience Chinese dance. So the junior land stewards were new to us this year, as was music for minors. And then we did hire for our VEPA investment was with young audience. We partnered with them for the Chinese dance. It's an 8-week session for the whole school. Here you see the science. They're both my students in K1. But that's the pullout from Kaya Lindbergh, who does the K through 3 science at our site. Brian Feltz does the 4-5, and he's funded by CEF. Our educational celebrations, we had Constitution Day, Stone Soup, the 100-day celebration, Random Acts of Kindness Day, Readathon, Science Fair, and Field Day. This year, our new celebrations were Constitution Day. 100-day celebration we've always done in my class, but this year was school-wide for the first time. So the top photo here are the 4-5 class who wrote 100-day poems for the 100-day. They did a fantastic job, and they presented to the whole site. And then below is the Stone Soup celebration, but that is an annual favorite. The Random Acts of Kindness Day was new to us this year also. Here's our SIPSA overview, so our GLOws. We implemented Benchmark Advanced Curriculum. We updated our positive behavior interventions and supports framework to encourage desired behaviors for a positive school climate and created student training movies. We're still working on those movies right now. They are school-wide. The young audience Chinese dance instruction provided for all students and presented at open house. Our GROWs are, supporting our at-promise students academically and emotionally, leading to better performance on local and state assessments, and increasing enrollment with a possible on-site preschool. We're working on grants for that. Any questions?
Thank you. I didn't have any, I have comments and much thanks, but if Mary Beth, if you had a question.
I was
first.
just going to say, you just mentioned the preschools. Where is that? Do you have a classroom, or how does that work?
So Venture Free Children's Recreation, we had been wanting to do this for a while, and it used to be in the Lion's Den, but now it's where they run their nonprofit after-school program. So that's who, would be running it if we can make that work out. We're hoping, because there are no services on the mountain, and I did have TK for 2 years, and that was really effective, but now I can't. So it's really a big gap for those younger students, and then we're losing them. So we need to solidify like a solid pipeline enrollment for our site. So we're hoping.
Thanks for getting creative on that and looking for partnerships. I think every time I hear Dr. McFedrich talk about partnerships, like I think of colleagues across the state that don't have that luxury, that we have so many partnerships here. Like, you know, we're not the most well-funded district, but we're in a pretty generous area of the state. And so to be able to tap into those partners and get creative and get grants, like that is something that we can and do really well. So I'm really grateful for that. So I think that's great, out of the box thinking. I also just want to comment, well, first, thank you for the presentations, always great. And I want to thank you because I know Kings Mountain really does have a reputation for being really so super inclusive. And I think that that's something that I consistently hear from families about their students, and even from the students actually too, sometimes as they get older enough and can articulate these things, like that, just that sense of not only is everyone like tolerated here, but people are really like actively like sought out, not just to keep the enrollment up, right? It's not just about like keeping critical mass, but it's also just about like having that richness and that diversity like as a positive asset. And I think that's like something that really hope, like I'm sure everyone is proud of, as you should be, and I'm proud of it for you, because that's really a specially unique thing that, you know, I think should be like a standard across everywhere in all schools, not just here, but everywhere, right? Like just that actively seeing, hey, you're different. We love you because of that. Not like we, like, you know, whatever, the opposite of that, but like just that we really appreciate that about you and like love you even more because of your uniqueness, if you will, right? And I just wanted to comment that that's a nice, really important, special thing about Kings Mountain.
Well, thank you.
Any other questions?
I echo everything that they said. Thank you. I do have a question. When is your open house?
Our open house is next Thursday.
Oh, at what time?
Jaime's going to serve tacos at 5 o'clock. So it's 5:30 to 6:30, and the Chinese dance performance will be at 6. We'd love to have you, Lizette.
Yes, I would love to go. So next Thursday.
May 18th. We'll also feature our Art in Action show, and an Art in Action representative wants to attend. We'll have a small science fair. Brian Phelps helps, so that'll be open too.
Okay. I will, yes, I would like to go. I have been there.
I know.
My only concern is, will there be parking?
Oh, I'd have to rope something off for you.
Can I park?
Yeah, I can put cones for you.
Oh, you have a cone? No, I don't need any.
I can make
No,
sure.
I
I
don't
can
need
make
no
sure that I'll
special-
save
No, I don't
parking.
need no special parking.
Oh, no, you
like-
just need parking
I
because it's
just
a
need
small lot.
parking. Yeah, I remember when I went there, I was like, oh, this is so cute. I'm like, okay, where's the parking? Where's the parking? I was like, I didn't.
It's teeny.
Yeah, I have a truck. I can like park on top of.
No, I will. If you're
anything.
coming, I will put out a cone. It's not a problem. I'm happy to.
Okay, because I can park on top of everything. No, I can literally, because I used to work in La Honda, so I bought a truck because of the roads, and I learned the hard way.
And the roads this year. Oof.
Yeah, so I can literally park on top of anything. I was just, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, we'd
I'm
love
excited.
to. And on another, I wanted to thank you on the consent agenda for the MOU for the Boys and Girls Club and ALAS for summer school. So thank you.
I mean, we cannot forget how many years, as many years as I remember being here, Debbie's complete involvement in summer school planning, big lift planning, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So,
Martha knows that.
yeah. If I may make a comment, Debbie, gosh, I wish I had had you as my kindergarten and first grade teacher.
Thank you.
And I just want to sing your praises as a teacher leader, as a human being. You have always shown such dedication to the mountain, to that community, to your kids. It's still always the best feeling to see you do that spidery stuff with your kids. When I've been able to come up there and see you guys, and your resilience through challenge. And I should give a shout out to Amber Storija also.
Yes, Amber's amazing.
And all the KMAP parents, right?
They are.
And
They
to
step
your,
up.
Yeah, and to your colleagues, Miley and Kate, right? I mean, we got to give them shout outs. So,
Exactly.
and for doing as much as you do and doing more and more and more for your students and for your community. Thank you. I think it is special, and I think love is a good word for it, and you do have high regard from all of us.
Well, thank you. It feels like camp. I call it Camp Kings Mountain.
You're a
So,
rock star.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
Also,
you.
just one more
Summed up.
thing, is also when you said about the generators, it reminded me just the resilience also that I appreciate about the culture that you have up there. That's like, generator goes out, no sweat, we'll like figure out something. And it's not like there's like, you have to get mad at anybody. It's like,
No.
you know, like it rained a lot this year and there was a lot of strain on our infrastructure. And it's like, okay, there's always room for improvement for sure, but like just that kind of like go with the flow. And it's like, I guess it's like part of being in like a more rural setting, right? It's like you just gotta go with the flow. And that's part of the fun and part of the learning and how you teach kids resilience is you model it. So I think that's really very much appreciated as well.
Well, thank you. Thank you all.
You are still very highly talked about at the junior and high school.
Oh,
I've
thank
had
you.
at least 4 people from Kings Mountain talk about you, how amazing you. Because I brought up about like my emails and stuff. They're like, oh my God, Miss Debbie, she was amazing. Like they
I
like,
love
always
all
are
my
giving the
students.
compliments, and they're like,
Thank
they have
you.
nothing bad to say about Kings Mountain ever. Like,
Thank you.
They always like have an amazing like thing to say about what their experience there.
Thank you. I
Here.
appreciate that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and with that, we will go to the next item, 5B, update on CUSC's environmental sustainability actions.
Dr. Battio will co-present with Matthew Spiegelman, who is a HEAL Project staff member and valued and has contracted with us this year on environmental sustainability. And in particular, I think we could not have gotten the Green Ribbon Silver Level Award without his leadership also. So thank you, Matthew. Thank you, Leticia, for leading this.
Thank you. Good evening, President Lane, governing board members, Dr. McFetridge, colleagues and community members. And yes, you already introduced Matthew, but I do have to say that you're very humble, Dr. McFetridge, but this idea of environmental sustainability began with your leadership. So I thank you. I thank Jesus Contreras, who also played such an important role on the construction and the solar panels, and I'm still learning. I always tell Matthew, teach me more because I don't really quite understand the construction side, but I'm a lifelong learner, so just tell me more, and at some point, it'll stick in here. We also just want to also acknowledge the Environmental Sustainability Committee. You said you have been instrumental in this work. I know that Freya McCammett also an instrumental board member that really started with an idea, and the work that we're presenting today, it leads back to it taking a village. But I myself came very late in the game, so I am learning and I'm growing, and I just thank you, Matthew. So we are going to be co-presenting some of the work that we have been doing over the last 3 years, I would say. And so today we're going to really anchor the overview of our environmental sustainability actions. We're going to anchor them over the 3 pillars where we described all of the work. And the first pillar is reducing environmental impacts and costs. The second, health and wellness of students and staff. And the third pillar is to provide effective sustainability education. We also will talk about some of our next steps and our goals for 23-24. Also, and Sophia and a few of you have mentioned tonight about the uniqueness and the gift of the co-side or the partnerships, because we would not have been able to do this without the local partnerships as well as county partnerships. Okay, so this slide will provide you an overview of the 23 California Green Ribbon recognition. So again, thanks to the village of environmental sustainability advocates across the district and the community, CUSD was selected for the 2023 California Green Ribbon Schools District Sustainability Honoree. And here you're going to see how the recognition is broken down. with the first level being a bronze level, an achievement of 55 to 64.9%. And I do have to mention that after speaking to the county and speaking to the California Department of Ed, not that many school districts start at level 2. So we skipped the bronze and received the silver level achievement of 65 to 74.9%. And again, here you're going to see the 3 different pillars, and we were given a percentage of points on each of the 3 pillars. And again, thanks to Dr. McFetridge, as we drive by, like I just smile looking at that little green ribbon school sign that is on metal and has been posted at every single one of our sites. So thank you for that as well. Oh, let me go back here though. But the goal next year would be the gold level. So that is, we're going to talk about later our goals, but we don't want to settle for the silver. We want to continue, and some of the actions that we'll talk about today will show you how we hope next coming school year, and with the help of Matthew and the team, is to receive at least gold, if not higher. And Matthew then will talk the construction and those pillars that I may not have as much knowledge, but he can talk a little bit more about that. Do you need my computer?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bhatia, and thank you to the board for your attention and your work. I'll be speaking about the first pillar. I don't know if I need to lean into that. There we go. So the first one is all about reducing environmental impacts and costs. Breaking that down, transportation. This is a huge point for the district. We all see congestion at the high school. We see a really need for clean, new energy and transportation. So we've been working closely with Safe Routes to Schools to develop new paths to walk to campus and bike safely. This is a very comprehensive view where we work with the city and the county to change the culture and look at what we can do to support the safety of our students, because we already have a large number making that effort in a very dangerous setting. I've conducted it myself, but yet they still do it. And so if we can provide safer avenues, we will continue to see a rising rate of people utilizing the ability to walk and bike. On the other side of that, we would like to be able to provide clean buses. That's where electrical infrastructure comes in. We were currently denied for our initial grant funding from Bay Area Air Quality, and that was due to COVID mileage and the amount of students we're providing busing for. However, we're looking at many options. We're working with different companies. Jesus and I have been meeting with a large group of people at the county level, at the private level, to look at how we can transition to electrical infrastructure. And we have begun that work to design at the high school a bus depot that would support the transition to electric vehicles. I'm very excited about that project going forward. On the other side, in terms of transparency, we've developed with county support a dashboard for utilities that shows us all our water usage, our electrical usage, and our waste patterns. It is not without this information that we can move forward to make actionable agendas and policies that will improve the cultures at our campus. And it takes the entire work of our district, our teachers, our students, our staff being willing to look at the way we currently operate. And that's a hard thing to do. And then to go and change that culture, and that takes time. But we're taking the steps in that direction with the dashboard and a sustainability webpage. We will be providing resources for teachers to begin teaching environmental curriculum on this website, and also highlighting the work that's currently being done there. Big shout out to San Mateo County Office of Ed and Peninsula Clean Energy for their support in this work, as well as the IT team. They've been very helpful in developing that website. On the other front, this has been a 10 or so year project of solar and installing solar at the schools. This is not an easy thing, trying to balance the education of students as well as looking at how to power and energize our schools in a very rapidly changing scene. Basically, we've been doing a good job because Cunha and the high school have both had solar up and running for 10 years. At Cunha, we had an 87% energy offset, which is absolutely incredible. It lowers the cost of transportation for that energy immensely and shows our students that we're looking at a different method of powering those schools. at the high school, a little bit of a lower level, but we are working with Peninsula Clean Energy to look at all of our school sites to see if there's space to increase solar and if that would be feasible and a well-traveled route for us. In terms of water capture, this work has been ongoing with the help of teachers and county as well. We have Pauline Chu on the right side. She spoke earlier from El Granada, an absolute pillar in our community and a light and a joy to talk to. She went ahead and installed her own rain capture system on the side of a classroom to be able to show students how we can utilize what has been considered something bad and turn it into a resource. We're working closely with the city of Half Moon Bay and looking at the other school sites to continue increasing our water retention and ways to teach students how that can be turned into a resource. And similarly, at the high school, they've increased their water retention with the new outdoor agriculture classroom. It's very cool if you get a chance to go check it out. And the second pillar, this is especially important this month, is the health and wellness of our staff and students. One of my personal favorite parts of this job so far has been getting to become a part of the student green teams. So this initially began at the high school. You can see at the bottom, the president of our environmental committee, Angel Tonetti, they went ahead and piloted the tri-bin systems where they wanted to show that we could divert waste and not be throwing everything into the landfill because we all know Ox Mountain is not good. Essentially, that passion and work spread to each of the other school sites where we were now developing green teams. You can see at the top, one of the students from a green team I work with at El Granada developed this beautiful drawing. We're going to go ahead and make some t-shirts for them because they've been doing phenomenal work. They've been actually helping the younger students learn how to sort their waste and how that process works. And so I'm really excited to see when they take that to the middle school and high school level, how that will then, it'll just be a set in the culture. It'll be understood that this is something we do when we go to Cabrillo Unified School District, is we sort our waste. And every time something goes into those green bins or the recycling, we're helping to lower emissions and improve our environment right away. And the students recognize how important that is, and they're taking responsibility for it. On the nutrition and wellness side, wellness starts with how we treat ourselves. There's a very important program going on called Farm to School with Stephanie Paoli and the Nutrition Coordinator program. They've been able to bring fresh fruits and vegetables to the high school, as well as some tastings of fresh fruits and vegetables for the younger students to be able to try new things and see what they like. By being able to feed our students locally with fresh sourced ingredients, we're teaching them that taking care of yourself is the first step in educating yourself and making an impact in this world. In forms of wellness, Cabrillo Unified School District has partnered with Care Solace and some other community partners to be able to provide support to our teachers in very intense times. They have a mental health provider that you can get seen with at no cost. They have a wellness and chill room here at Cunha for students to go and decompress, be able to take time and spend it how they see fit. And they also are offering monthly family engagement sessions on Zoom. The work doesn't end there. There's much more going on behind the scenes with the wellness team. A shout out to Martha Ladd and Caroline Morton for the work they're doing to support everyone. As we know, education is not only teaching the students, but it's taking care of their wellness as a whole, and that is an extremely difficult thing to do. But we're doing our best to do that. The third pillar would be to provide effective sustainability education. And I believe this is the most important part and what will potentially bring us to the gold level of this green ribbon. So to start out, we've continued a very strong partnership with the HEAL Project. This has been ongoing for over 20 years. It's basically getting kids outside into an environment where they're comfortable to play, to learn, and to see how their food is grown and what they can eat. Watching these students get out into the garden is one of the best parts of the day. They just have so much fun running around, exploring, and seeing all these plants, getting to plant something, getting to watch it grow, and getting to eat it afterwards. There's no end to the joy. I think it would be incredible to continue expanding this offer to more of our students, and the HEAL Project is doing a lot of work to continue that and to support the district. A very big shout out to them, Inibono, all of the wonderful and fruitful members I work with over there. And thanks for bringing me into that HEAL team. This is an incredible job being done by our educators currently, is the Green Careers, whether that's a career technical education at the high school or even at the middle school level with Sonia Myers now, where these students are learning about opportunities to have jobs like mine, something I never imagined I would be working at, where you're getting to better your environment and change that and adapt to the way you want to learn. And so taking these students to local businesses like the aquaponics or to Holly Farms, they get to learn about how people are being helpful to their community and making money in an incredible way that gives back not only to themselves, but the people around them. So a big shout out to Duran Marcus at the County Office of Education for his work in helping us, Lisa Longacre, Joseph Santoni, and Sonia Myers. It's just incredible what they're doing. And that really is the backbone of this sustainability work, has been in our educators who have been here for years working these paths. And it's only recently with my work I've gotten to highlight and show all the work that they've been doing for, I can't even say how long, and getting to support them now at a district level where we're seeing the district and the board take on propositions and policies where we can begin to change our culture and educate ourselves in different ways to do these things. And I really want to thank Jesus for his work and time spent with me to be able to change some of those cultures and slowly make progress forward. Thank you. And then I'll hand it back over to Dr. Bhatia.
And I did want to highlight that we saw some of the green careers here with FFA and the three students who presented tonight. Give me 1 second. Okay, so on this slide, and again, Matthew talked about just the importance of and at the core, we've had two educators who have had quietly been doing this work at the site. At Half Moon Bay High School, we have our Joseph Santoni, who has been an environmental sustainability warrior and has been instrumental in the work and the partnership with the Junior Land Stewards Program. And so we're just highlighting a couple of the activities that have already been taking place. The Junior Land Stewards Program, it's a program where our seniors who are leaders in environmental sustainability will mentor our fourth graders and take them on 4 walking field trips and engage them in an environmental journal writing. And so it's just fabulous to see that connection there. And again, we couldn't have done it without our Joseph Santoni. And then you're going to see the Little Cunha Farm that started off as an idea, and it started last year. And again, our champion and educator, Sonia Myers, has helped students and is really looking forward to possibly even opening up the garden this summer, definitely next year. This next slide, which as Dr. McFetrich has mentioned and Matthew, I feel that this is really at the core and what the area that we really need to really close the package of our environmental sustainability program. And so here we have a draft of our scope of experience in environmental sustainability. And as you can see in TKK and 1, you have already approved a contract for 1 field trip for our TKK and first grade students to the farm. And this is again with the HEAL project, Amy Bono. We then move on to 2nd and 3rd grade. And in 2nd and 3rd grade, we again continue to partner with the HEAL project through our garden program. Next month, when we come and I come to present our LCAP, you're going to see that as one of our LCAP goals, because we just feel that this is such an important opportunity that is extracurricular and important for our students to really get their hands in the dirt and really learn about our NGSS science standards. Because all of the work that we're doing here with the HEAL project are directly linked to our Common Core standards, We invite you. Every morning, you can see our students walking in and out behind my office is there, so I just have the view of the garden from a distance. And so if you ever want to see that, you can just reach out to me and let me know. But like Matthew said, it is so wonderful to hear how happy the students are, how excited they're talking, they're using the language. It's one of my favorites. Yes, I have to agree with you, Matthew. And then fourth grade, I already talked about the junior land stewards. It's a partnership that we have with the junior land steward leaders at the high school. And what the program entails, and this is actually the first year that we've made it complete, where previously it was only 2 sites, and then this year we added a 3rd site. We added Farallon View, and then I didn't know this until this year, that Kings Mountain, because they're so far up on the mountain, they were not able to join junior land stewards. And so we were able to work with our own buses that do drive our students with special needs and coordinate a time where they can pick up the students and bring them here to experience those 4 walking field trips. Junior Land Stewards program also entails 30-minute lessons that our teachers will implement as part of the science standards, science instruction. In 5th grade, similar to 8th grade, we have not engaged in this, but this is our goal for 23-24, is to engage in a field trip to a recycling center. And so we still have to hammer out the details. We will be setting aside some LCAP supplemental funds to help with some of the bus costs. But the goal of the environmental scope of experience is to ensure that every single student, no matter their background, no matter what school they're attending, get to experience something related to our environmental sustainability plan. In 6th grade, as you know, we have outdoor education, and so here we have that experience. We, through conversations with Sonia Myers, we found out that about 65 to 70% of the students go to the outdoor education field trip, while 30 to 40% of the students might stay behind. Most of the time, it's our students, our at-promise students, our Latinx students. Some could be students where either because of their religious affiliation or because of just their belief system where they're not ready to send their kids overnight. It may be a combination of that, but Sonia did say that it was the majority it could be Latinx. And so for next year, we are going to allocate a small amount of funds so that while the other students are attending outdoor education, students that are staying behind can also engage in a somewhat of an outdoor education experience. Could be a walking field trip to the beach. It could be a field trip on a bus. And so again, these details will continue to flush out throughout the summer. 7th grade, our Joseph Santoni is actually on the board of the Fitzgerald Marine Reserve, so he can definitely support us with getting free of cost admission into a field trip, and we just have to work out the bus cost. And 8th grade, we already talked about 8th grade. In 9th and 12th grade, it was a little more difficult to guarantee an experience by grade level. But Joseph and the science team are looking into it. They are saying that through a science class, and every student is required to take sciences, we are going to integrate some lessons, but there are many more opportunities. And as you can see at different levels, you can go through CTE route. You can be part of the Junior Land Steward Leadership Group. Lab experiments in the science courses. Also, there's an environmental club. And so our students will have multiple opportunities and entries into receiving a scope of experience in environmental sustainability. But it's hard to pinpoint by grade level because of the courses and how students can choose courses at different grades. I also do want to say that the reason why we're calling this and anchoring this work around a scope of experience first is that the first environmental sustainability, at least said you were there, and I think Gloria too was there at our first environment, and Dr. McFetridge. We heard from students. We asked students, what is it that you love about school, and how do you remember school? What are some of the the experiences or lessons that were linked to environmental sustainability. And what we heard from our students were the field trips. And that's why you're going to see this scope of experience linked to field trips and to really places where students can thrive without feeling the pressure of receiving a certain grade or passing, failing. And we really want to anchor the work here. Next year, our work will, and especially in elementary, once we adopt a science curriculum, we want to be able to link the next generation science standards that are particular to and focus on environmental sustainability to these experiences as well. And as I mentioned, some of these experiences already have 30 lessons that are linked throughout the school year. But again, this is work in progress. Then the next slide. Here, this slide will talk about our next steps. We already talked about reapplying for our Green Ribbon School, and the goal would be gold or higher. Although we feel that there is a lot of content for a master plan, we have not yet clearly written a master plan. So Matthew and myself will be working on presenting next year to you by the end of the year an environmental sustainability action master plan. We also hope to continue, as I mentioned, align the California environmental principles and concepts into TK through 12th curriculum and build a content and curriculum, a scope and sequence of lessons. We also want to strengthen our environmental initiatives that we described here today, as well as continue to support Matthew as our sustainability lead to help us with this work. And the last slide will show you all of the partners, and I'm sure there are more, so I'm sorry if we forgot to mention and acknowledge any other partners, but here you're going to see the partners that have played an instrumental role in helping us with this silver green ribbon acknowledgement. Thank you. Do you have any questions for us? And I think this kind of summarizes it now.
Thank you so much. Listen to any of the burning questions, I can share mine. Well, first, my comment as you're presenting is I think this is such an important investment, not only in our students, because it's the kind of thing that, like, they hear about climate change. They're like stressing about climate change. And when they see that the adults around them are supporting them to be empowered to make a difference in that, and that we also at the same time are trying to operationalize what we can to do to make a difference in that through like buses and stuff like that will give students hope that they're like the world is not going to like burn in like their lifetime. So hope, I think that's really important, both from like the conceptual message that the students are getting, as well as like the practical tools from the societal perspective. Like, these are the people that are going to be our future leaders, and to give them the inspiration, the hope, and the tools, like we said earlier with the FFA kids, like they're learning tools like by showing them the metrics that you have on that dashboard. It's like, okay, read and analyze data, whether or not it ends up being climate data or power consumption data, who knows, but they're reading, they're analyzing data, right? You're giving them the skills through the curriculum piece. I think that's a really important investment that we're making, as well as you mentioned outdoor ed, which used to be a program that you had to pay a few $100s for. And gee, I wonder why everyone didn't go. I think there are perhaps cultural like questions about it too, where maybe like, especially post-pandemic, I think we're still ramping up, our families maybe not comfortable letting their kids be away from home for like 3 days or 4 days or 5 days, I think it is, right? But I want to say that's also an important investment that we were making as a district to bring equity to that program, because it is such a fantastic program for the students who can participate, and to have kind of the option that they're the ones that can't or their parents aren't comfortable with them, that they have like an alternative that like isn't just sit in the classroom and like do some busy work, I think is also really great. So that's kind of like my big picture thinking, and how we're, this really is an area of investment that is what our role is, right? Like, this is the kind of stuff that we need to look at. It's not just today, tomorrow kind of survival mode, but like, what are we setting in motion for the next 5, 10, 15, 40 years? And I think this is a big part of it. Number two, I love the dashboard, and I see it kind of like, of course, and I'm so glad we got grants to help put that in place. And then I think it reminded me, because I feel like Leticia and I talk a lot about data and how we can continue to see kind of data in real time. And I think this serves as such a great model. And I also remember seeing San Mateo Community College District has a really great like live dashboard that's kind of that links up to their student outcomes and their student enrollment and stuff like that. So I thought it just, like, my aspirational thing would be like, as we're going through our strategic planning process, developing not only kind of like short lists of data that we look at every year kind of in a regular fashion, like our top line, how are we doing, like report cardish type stuff, and the deep dives that we need for LCAP or whatever, but that maybe we consider, like with Power School, can we have something live and public that we all can see on a running basis? What are our absence rates? What are our, whatever. We can, like, our fitness gram rate, scores, like whatever, like to have that kind of live beyond what's on the California dashboard, I think is something to consider, like something to think about as we move to a infrastructure on the IT side, which is another really huge, important investment. Also, when you think about cybersecurity, we need to keep our students' data safe, right? So thank you for that investment. Could be another like side benefit. So yeah, and just the field trips are also awesome for all the reasons that you mentioned. And I think you're probably aware, because of the pandemic, like there are probably pockets of kids that haven't had like really much of those experiences. And I could just say, like, one will definitely be the current 8th graders didn't have like any field trips in school. They didn't have outdoor ed, so they missed all 4 of those things. So it might just be something, especially because I think about Half Moon Bay High School's, like, it's a little bit light there now because not many kids are actually be able to access all the, like, the programs that you talked about. Like, so maybe some more opportunity at the high school through the science path and certainly like the agricultural path, to deepen that, and maybe covering a couple patches here and there for the cohorts that missed out on a lot of things because of pandemic. I also do want to point out, and I don't know what Pilar Citas is doing now, but they've always historically had like 2 really interesting programs, one relating to the collaboration with Potrero Nuevo Farms, where they go there and do like a farm to table thing where they integrate marketing and cooking. And I was honored to be gifted a bag of the gigantes beans that they grow there, because the teacher that was there knew that, like, my family's Greek, and she's like, "Oh, gigantes, we grew those beans. They're like traditionally Greek beans." So she gave me, and so they talked about marketing, product marketing and stuff like that. So it's pretty cool. If you haven't talked with those guys, like, we'll definitely talk with them and learn more. They're super innovative and creative and like out of the box thinking. And I know we're going down. I think they still are actually doing like weekly field trips down to the beach. And they also do that too. And that's just nice to see, because having had kids, like even at Hatch, like for most of the time my kids were at Hatch, like they never went to the beach, like just maybe once, like in 5th grade. And it's like, wow, it's great to see that ramping up. And I was able to participate as a volunteer on the Junior Land Stewards program. Many, probably all 4 field trips went for like that first year that they went. And it's just like magic to see the kids, the younger kids with the older kids. And they're like always so much cooler than adults, right? Because they're like still kind of kids, but like tall. Like those kind of programs where you can bring kids together in a mentorship capacity also has that community building, role modeling, mentorship kind of benefit too. In addition to like the cross-disciplinary work that they're doing with journaling and observations, and frankly, walking to the beach. Like, it was shocking to me being in those field trips, how many kids were like, "Oh, I've never been to the beach." I'm like, wow, right? Like we take it for granted that everyone can go because it's right there. But it's like, well, if you don't have the just whatever, there's like a million reasons, right? That you just don't ever make it there. It's like, I grew up outside New York City, and how many times I go to like New York? Like, not a lot, because it's right there, right? So to be able to have them have that experience as a, like, especially with that community of their classmates, also adds a little bit more, I think, color to that experience for them. So I wanted to just, thank you for all of that. I didn't really have any questions. It was mostly probably comments and observations and gratitude, because I think this is really an amazingly unique aspect that most districts across even San Mateo County wouldn't be able to have. Maybe La Honda Pescadero. That's like the only other one that has this like vast access to like the topography that we have and the microenvironments that we have, from redwoods to beach to chaparral and water, right? Like ocean, like it's pretty incredible to be able to pull all that in. And like there's no amount of money, there's no amount of funding the state or anybody else can give us that can give you the Pacific Ocean with humpback whales and gray whales spouting out water, and you're like, there's a whale. It's not a squirrel, it's a whale. Like that's pretty spectacular. So I feel really excited that like we are really starting to harness that for our students in a way that also and spouses in them a sense of responsibility to take care of that, because we can't take that for granted. So thank you.
I was just going to say, well, thank you for everything, what she said. I think it's amazing, and the green ribbon is a big deal, and I'm so glad that you're getting some kudos for what you've been doing. I was thinking about the grade level, all the field trips. Do you think there's a spot, or it'd be a good thing to put some of that on the website to talk about our programs at our school and things like that?
Yeah, actually, I think we could, right, Jesus, work with STIG to put that exact flyer. We had talked about that, actually. So I'm sure that maybe it could be a banner or it could be on the front page. There are programs, like we have a CNI, curriculum instruction programs. We can put it there as well, but it's not as easily accessible as it is the front page. But I feel that we can work with STIG. That's a good idea.
Yeah, and it's you put so much thought into it, and it's so novel, and it's, you know, it's very thoughtful, and it's great for the kids. So I'd love for people to know more about that.
I just want to say thank you, and then just recognize all the work that you guys have done. And I think, you know, I think with this and all your dedication and your time, I'm hopeful that it's going to continue and it's just going to get better. You being curriculum and instruction and making that connection, you being really smart at what you do, and just being innovative and just making partnerships and reaching out to people and continuously, you know, advocating and supporting us as a district. Joseph Santoni being a teacher, and also having that student leadership that he has, you know, fostered even after Freya has been gone is just amazing. So thank you to everybody and all the teachers and everybody who is involved for their time and dedication. Thank you very much.
And I'm on the environmental committee now, so I'm getting an insight into everything you've been doing, and also all the ideas you have for stuff coming up. And, you know, even I was like, hey, well, this is something I've always wanted to fix. You're like, oh yeah, we already fixed that. That's done. You know, so it's amazing stuff I didn't know about. So, yeah, like I was asking about the cleaning supplies, and you're like, oh no, during COVID, we made a whole thing around what we do and what we use. And I was like, oh, wow. Like I didn't even know. And I was super happy.
I do want to mention, right, Dr. McFetridge, that we also received the Kent Award, which is the San Mateo County School Boards Association. Is that right? And we're being acknowledged for this exact work, our environmental sustainability action plan and work. So thank you, Matthew. And again, I came in late, so I thank you, but it's really a team of people that have been doing this work over the last few years.
Well, I just do want to ring that bell a couple times. When I joined the district, I was told that the board had heard from some CUNYA students. And then I remember Lizette, you and Freya at the time were talking about those CUNYA students and green actions and how they were imploring for this. This was a big deal for the board to create a committee and to serve on that committee to help guide and support. And I remember when the committee got formed, and we would meet, and then there was Jesus and I were like, well, Jesus, really. I was telling Jesus, we're gonna get these tri-bin things done at the high school and then everywhere else, right? I mean, there's a lot of work that maintenance folks have gone through, custodial folks have gone through. There's more work that is in the plan ahead for trying to make even more advances with food services, and the notion that maybe we would someday be able to build a central kitchen. So there's that. I will also say that in my last district, we had schools. We had Bay Farm Elementary, Edison Elementary, Alameda Science Technology Institute, who won green ribbons for the schools, but we've just won it a silver level for the whole district as a district sustainability honoree, and you are in a small group. If we can get a gold, and if we can then get to the Department of Education federal level as a green achiever, you would be in a very small group of districts, 1,000 districts in the state. You'd be in a very small group of districts to do this. I do think a lot of it has to do with the natural environs that we have and the natural resources we have. But a lot of it has to do with the human resources and the ideas of students. You'll remember from 2 or 3 years ago, we had students who wrote the Earth Day proclamation and put those pledges in, and this year that was increased. This has been from bottom up, top down, sideways. We're all sort of on the same team here. I'm fortunate to have been able to let Dr. Bhatia take my place on the committee. Thank you, because we knew the next natural step would be to put it into curriculum and instruction. And it is true that teachers for years have been doing this work and need to be credited. The work that Kaya Lindberg does, the work that Pauline Hsu does, the work that folks at all the different elementary school sites and at Cunha have done to follow in the tri-bin sorting. I also have the opportunity to serve on the California Environmental Literacy Initiative Leadership Council, so I get to participate in that from a state level. And I want to thank Andrea Yagoyan, who used to be with San Mateo County Office of Education, who kept encouraging us 3 years ago. Sean, your teams did this in the past in Alameda. Do it in here. They have been very supportive, and now Andrea Yagoyan is Chief Innovation Officer at 10 Strands, a very important partner in this work in the state. I will say Naomi Stern, who's no longer with the San Mateo County Office of Education, but was a HEAL Project employee, then went to the San Mateo County Office of Education, now is at Presidio Graduate School studying for her, I believe, green credentials or MBA in environmental sustainability there, and working with the state. I could go on. Julie Hilborn at San Mateo County Office of Education, who's been very supportive. The Flows to the Bay people. When I went to go present in Pasadena on the work, there was our Flows to the Bay colleague. And Matthew, been really helpful for you to be here sort of like supporting and cheerleading and your positivity and can-do attitude, and Dr. Bhatia sort of like being able to take it to the next step. I just want to thank the board. I want to thank the teachers. I want to thank the custodians. I want to thank everybody who's been working on this, particularly the students who are leading the change and helping us lead the change. So thank you very much, and you all should be very proud.
Well, and a lot of this work is helping our bottom line, right?
I do think that, years ago, we talked about increasing our solar footprint for this reason. You saw Matthew's statistics there of 87% at Cunha, 57% at the high school. Matthew has been sort of walking around other school sites. Certainly it's going to be baked in the cake on the modernization efforts of Fairland View and El Granada, because with those new roofs, they must be solar ready by law. So we will continue to look at solar generation as a way to offset our energy costs. It's a big deal. I also think that the Cunha Event Center soon will be covered in solar panels. And you have the new solar panels at Hatch, which has taken so long, but I think they energized actually, ironically, on Earth Day. PG&E finally has energized those, so we'll see that hopefully coming to our dashboard soon. So yeah, not only have we worked to help with the triple bottom line, I always call it, it's good for people, it's good for the planet, and it's good for the prosperity. If we can save money in this way, that could be money we could save back, pass back in program services and salaries. and just for the bottom line. Thank you so much.
Thank you, you guys. And congratulations again on the green ribbon. All right, item 5D, special education report.
Thank you for having me here tonight, President Lane. I'm going to be giving a special education report. I've been up here for a few years now giving different kinds of reports about what the Educational Support Services Department does. The most important thing we probably do is we manage our special education programs here at the district and our students with disabilities who require additional supports in order to access their general education. So tonight I'm going to give you a report on our special education programs and where we're at.
And if I can just interject really quickly one time, just to be clear, when we have comments on agenda items, we have the presentation and then we listen to the comments and then we have our conversation, just because we haven't had comments on agenda items very recently. So I just want to make sure everyone was aware of the process. So sorry, interruption, you can go on.
This is what I'm going to cover tonight, some of the highlights and challenges of our programs. I thought I would just sort of review eligibility process for special education and then start talking about where our services are and what they look like in terms of, I know that we talk about our special education programs and where they fit in our budget. So I just wanted to kind of make it real with the people in the programs that we have here. We also have pre-referral supports and we foster independence through general education programs for our students. And then I did put a little bit of data in there because I know some of you really like that data. And so some things for us to look at. It gives a story of our students and our schools. And then I just wanted to talk about some of the opportunities that are going to be, that we've been kind of brainstorming about with our ed specialists, our paraprofessionals, all of our related service providers, some of the things that we're doing to kind of really bolster the programs that we have here at the district. So I talked to you maybe 3 times about our CSACE plan, which was because we had a significant disproportionality for over-identifying students with a specific learning disability who were Latino male. And that we were identified almost for 3 years in a row of that kind of identification, which meant to the state that we had a systems problem. And so in order to address that systems problem, we revised our SST process that included that included specific intervention strategies and progress monitoring. And we adopted a framework for identification of students with disabilities called the Patterns of Strength and Weakness Framework, a PSW framework, and I can explain a little bit about what that means. But the previous model that we used was a discrepancy model. So it looked for a discrepancy model in psychoeducational report, the psychoeducational assessments versus the academic performance. And what we found was that we were having a weighting to fail, so that a child would be performing here in their psychoeducation evaluations, but if they weren't accessing their education, they would go further and further down, creating a discrepancy that would qualify them for special education. The Patterns of Strength and Weakness model for specific learning disability compares different parts of the academic assessment with the cognitive abilities for a student across each other, and it's looking for really the story of how a child learns, so that we don't, so that we're catching children earlier, and we're not using a weighting to fail model. And then additionally, the PSW framework is really strong in looking at a child's language ability, so that we're not identifying children with language delays as having a disability. So the PSW framework, our school psychologists have been participating in professional development by the county, professional development that's been made available through the district. And they also have access to Jenny Ponzurek, who is basically the godmother of the Patterns of Strength and Weakness framework. So them having access to that kind of expert has really upped our game in the assessment process. And then we have specialized intervention materials based on Orton-Gillingham, which is the kind of the big method, our teaching method for dyslexia challenges or phonics and phonemic awareness. So those programs are in the classroom and part of our literacy early intervention programs, kindergarten through second grade. Interesting. And then the California Department of Education monitors special education really closely. And every year they send out an annual notification to all school districts. And for 2 years in a row, Cabrillo Unified School District has not been found disproportionate or significantly disproportionate in any categories for special education. The CSD has had such a focus on least restrictive environment and developing programs. It's resulted in students returning to district that are in non-public schools. So over the last 2 years, we've returned 3 students to the district. And additionally, there's been a 15% increase in language learners with disabilities being reclassified as English proficient. We have been seeing post-pandemic an increase in requests for assessment for students who live in the district but don't attend CUSD schools, i.e. they're attending private schools. This is actually helping us to meet our child find obligations, as we have found that some of our children who are attending private schools do in fact meet the criteria for students with disabilities and would be eligible for an IEP if they attended our district. So it gives us an opportunity to talk to parents about what their child could be receiving in terms of supports for whatever their area of challenge is if they were attending our district. We are currently being monitored by the CDE for late IEPs. It is a product of staffing changes that have happened mid-year or end of year that have caused IEPs to be late. And we're putting in a process for addressing that. And the county SELPA, which is a special education local agency that's over the hill, they help support us in creating plans to monitor that. And then you will see in our data that we have a disability bubble in the area of autism in pre-K. And in high school, we have a little disproportionate bubble in specific learning disability and emotional disturbance. This makes resource distribution challenging. And just a word on special education, disability, and IEPs. Special education eligibility is not a diagnosis of a disability. A diagnosis of a disability is a medical diagnosis, and we do not make medical diagnoses. We identify disability based on the IDEA's eligibility criteria. And for that, our school psychologists use IDEA approved or federally approved assessments in order to determine a student's eligibility under their criteria under these 13 categories. To meet the criteria, you have to meet all 4 of these prongs in order to be eligible for special education. So you would have a disability in the 13 disability categories, which would adversely affect educational performance and requires a specialized program and supports that cannot be met through adaptations in general education. If it can be met, if you do have a disability where you can access your general education with adaptations in the general education, typically you could be eligible for a Section 504 plan. This also means that sometimes students who have medical disabilities, like ADHD, may not qualify for special education services because it's not the disability itself is not adversely affecting their educational performance. These are the 13 disability categories. And this is the breakdown in our district. You can see at the time of this report, we had 449 students. And this is the breakdown of those students in the disability categories. Speech is both a disability category and it's also a related service. as it's represented here, it's represented as its own disability category. With students within the different categories of, in particular, specific learning disabilities, some autism, intellectual disability may also have speech services in their IEP. And so to give you an idea of how we address or work with our students and develop programs, these are the personnel, these are really the full-time personnel that work here in the district, or district employees. And we have 3 school psychologists. We'll be fully staffed at 4 school psychologists. We have an open position at CUNYA. We have 12 education specialists who run our resource programs, 6 ed specialists who run our special day class programs, 1 occupational therapist for the district, 1 adaptive PE teacher who also provides general education support, 1 behavior services manager who also provides general education support, a behavior specialist who also provides general education support, 2 behavior techs. Our SLS program of our students who receive educationally related mental health services, SLS supports 20% of those students with mental health support. So we have a general ed program supporting our special ed students as well. We have 34 paraprofessionals. This includes paraprofessionals who work one-on-one with students and who also provide classroom support. We have 1 vocational job placement specialist at the high school who serves high school through 22. And then transportation, 2 bus drivers and a van driver. And my serious omission here is we also have 5 health techs, 2 staffing the health offices at the high school in CUNYA, and 3 who work with medically fragile children. And they cover probably 2 or 3 children apiece. In addition to our full-time district staff, we also contract services, not necessarily full-time, but specifically to students and their services on their IEPs. So we contract with a vision specialist. We've been contracting this year with a school psychologist for CUNYA, 5 speech language pathologists, physical therapist. We contracted with an ed specialist for assessment only. An AAC specialist is someone who helps identify communication devices for children that need augmented communication to communicate. So eye gaze machines, talkers where they push on tiles and the tiles respond in their voice. We have 2 BHRS mental health therapists supporting students who receive mental health supports through their IEP. Daybreak teletherapists doing the same. And then we have transportation services like Hop, Skip, Drive, and others. Here are pre-referral supports. What I think is good about our educational support department is that we utilize our services. For instance, our behavior specialist does functional behavior analysis, develops BIPs, and coaches teachers and other support staff in how to implement those BIPs. But she is also running our PBIS for the district, which is a general ed discipline process. So this is how we try to really utilize those supports in a way that crosses over and is, I think, cost effective. So our mental health support is multi-tiered for students and family support, and also provides supports to students with disabilities. It's also a pre-referral support to help in an effort to maybe help prevent a situation where a child would need a special education or a 504 plan. Our medical health and compliance works with student illness, injury, medical section 504 plans, medical IEPs, and does all of our state compliance. Our family outreach and family engagement includes CSD's new in-person Spanish language Las Platicas. We've had 3 Las Platicas this year. They've been really well attended. It's a monolingual in Spanish parent engagement presentation and outreach to families and topics that they've asked for. And then of alternatives to suspension, support programs, a coordination of service teams at each school, academic interventions, K through 12. There's academic interventions K through 12. My department specifically works on the early education pieces, K through 2, but there's been a lot of work with our leaders in the upper grades, Cunha, and the high school to provide support programs in the academics for students. So that's really great as well. And then our student study team work helps us to identify kids who maybe just need a little extra and to prevent that discrepancy from happening from grade to grade. And the student study team process includes second language learning interventions to try to avoid identifying students with disabilities who actually may have language delay. And here's some numbers. Here's the demographics. Here's the actual numbers of students in each of the disability categories. And then I broke out eligibility based on some demographics. So 14% of all of our eligible students are language learners. District-wide enrollment, 20% of our students are language learners. So we're not over identifying language learners. 60% of our students who are Hispanic, that's 53% of our total enrollment. For 35% white, and then total enrollment in our school districts is 39%. Other races, we've identified 5% of students, where total enrollment, it's about 8%. And then the other end to look at is third grade and younger, and third grade and over third grade, the numbers. So you can, what I'm thinking these numbers say to me right now is that it's kind of reflecting our declining enrollment numbers. We do see this bubble in the high school around disabilities, and we also see the bubble of enrollment at the high school. So we have our largest classes, single classes at the high school, and we're not seeing as many children proportionate to the grades being identified for special education. And here's the distribution of students by grade level. So in our specialized academic programs or special day programs, we have 74 students. Our students in our special day program can be with us until 22. And the 18 to 22, so our vocational specialist works on job training and connecting them to children to job training programs. And they also run micro businesses in our school community. And then our resource support is 307 students. It represents about 13% of our kids, and that is in line with districts across the state. And then NPS, NPA placements, we have 4 children in non-public schools, 2 students who are out of district, and 3 students in the San Mateo County Office of Education. 2 of them are in the 18 to 22 program, and then 13 students who are on individual service plans. So when earlier I talked about students in private schools requesting assessment and then finding that they have disabilities, they don't receive an individual education plan or an IEP. They receive an individual service plan, which typically results in consultation services with a teacher on how to provide accommodations for a student with IEPs. There's a thing, this is a Jesus thing, but I think I can say the words. In order to calculate how much services our district owes students in private schools with disabilities, we have a proportionate share funding, which is about $10,000 a year. How'd I do, Jesus? Here's our graduation rates for students. I thought it was particularly important to put this up because we are in differentiated assistance for graduation rates for students with disabilities. So 61% of our students graduate with a diploma in 4 years, just under 20% in 5 years. And after 22, students are considered not, we only serve students until they're 22. Typically students receive, and I put a C of C, a certificate of completion, and not a diploma. The really good news is for our students with intensive service needs, the state is developing an alternative diploma. So students with intensive service needs their only path right now is a certificate of completion. Now they'll have a path with alternative standards for an alternative diploma. So I think that's really exciting. Here's our out-of-district placement numbers for students in non-public schools. Right now, 2% of our students with disabilities are at a non-public school. This happens when the district is unable to provide services for a student, and so then we have to look at another school or another placement. Sometimes those schools are programs that are being run in other public schools or a highly specialized non-public school. And here are some trends. So here it says our students with disabilities represent 16% of our total enrollment, but 3% of that enrollment are students with individual service plans. So that puts us back down to the 13% number, which is in line with the rest of the state. Students with speech only account for 47% of our students with disabilities in grades K through 3. We have seen an increase in autism eligibilities in PK through 2. 46% of our students with autism eligibilities are in those grades. 53% of our students with specific learning disability are in 9th through 12th grade. So if you recall, we were identified as significantly disproportionate for identifying students with specific learning disabilities. Probably the reason why we were identified for significant disproportionality, those children are now in high school. That's why we're seeing that large number. We're not identifying large numbers of students in high school for specific learning disability. We are, however, identifying more students over the last few years with an eligibility of emotional disturbance. 74% of all students who are identified with emotional disturbance are in 9th through 12th grade. And 35% of our students with disabilities are chronically absent. That's also an area of differentiated assistance that we are examining and putting plans into place to try and address that number. In conclusion, some of our opportunities. I'm working with teams, my specialist teams and some of my related program providers to initiate family engagement series specifically designed for parents of students with disabilities, just to provide information, support, and resources in those meetings for parents. In the next school year, our Ed Support Services Department is going to have professional development created just for them, and we'll be delivering that professional development on our district staff development days. And I put out information to them, asking them where they would like professional development support, and I'm getting really a lot of positive feedback. What they are thinking was the same thing that we were thinking, the related support providers and I were thinking as well. So that's good. We're like on the same page already. We are fully implementing our inclusion model for Los Listos, let's not forget our 3-year-olds. Super, super excited about this program. Rosalba Segura has been really a hero. Katie Handelman is our special education teacher, and she has 2 paraprofessionals who are running in that program. Currently, we have 1 student that's fully included, and next year we'll have 3 students that are fully included with and the reason why it seems low is because of licensing. All of the classrooms need to be licensed. In our district classroom, it needs to be licensed. And so we're getting that classroom's becoming licensed this spring. And so then we'll be able to have like back and forth between the classrooms. Because we haven't been able to do that, we've only been able to place 1 student fully included. 3 students will be fully included in the fall, and our goal is 6 to 10 students fully included, which is basically fully including the entire program. One of the things that we're working on especially for students with specific learning disabilities, dyslexia, OHI, ADHD, executive function issues, we're really looking into access to assistive and adaptive technologies and how those technologies could allow the child to be in the class more and perhaps even exit from special education, because those technologies allow them to access their general education without having to have a special class. And then Of course, special education is integrated into our MTSS. You thought I wasn't going to say it at this meeting, but I am. So we want to have our MTSS frameworks fully integrated into our schools. So we have a lot of really great programs. Our schools have a lot of really great programs, but now we need to kind of integrate them and then access them in a really systematic way. And so we've made some really big steps to do that. And when that's kind of fully rolling, it will really help kids get the support they need and perhaps not go through the necessity of being identified with a disability that needs support. And that's what I have.
Thank you very much, Martha. We do have one comment from the public, so we're going to pause and bring up Doug Machado from the public. So same usual thing, 3 minutes, but because it's kind of part of this presentation, we often do naturally kind of address what you talk about too, if appropriate. So thank you, Doug, for being here.
I'll keep it quick. It's getting late. Doug Machado, parent of a 4th grade special ed student. Just want to touch on a few things. Number 5 wasn't really touched on during the presentation here, but it's the hiring of key sped positions. So we're losing one at El Granada. We're losing, I believe, another speech specialist. So we're down to, I don't think, any in person for the kids at El Granada. I don't know about the other schools, and I could be misspeaking on that, but we were down to 1 in person, 1 virtual. If this other speech person leaves, we're down to none, I believe. So some big holes to fill there, big enough that my family got desperate. We're my daughter's shadowing this week at a private school over the hill. We finally, found our breaking point. So it's a big one. We're fortunate enough to have the time to go do it. I don't know how we're going to pay for it, but we'll figure that part out. I would like to see an easier path to assessment. Seems to be a struggle. A lot of parents reach out to me like, hey, how do we do this? What's the path? And I think it should be easier than a few discrete drop downs in the website, the school's website. I just think it needs to be more open. It seems like there's some resistance there. It's like it's a daunting task, and just being on our side and knowing it now, it's pretty easy, but it's still a lot for parents going through this. There's a lot of emotions. Does my child have a learning disability? What's going on? So just like to see some of that easier, and some parent support groups. So you've seen that there's 35% of the kids are struggling to get to school. It's a lot. It's most kids with disabilities are a lot of work. So and sometimes they win the battle during the morning. They don't want to go. They're not going to go. So. That's it. I don't want to keep everybody too long, but as you know, if most of you have reached out to, I'll bend your ear about special education until you won't have me anymore. So just some thoughts I had. Thank you.
Yes. So yeah, we can now go to comments and questions. Sorry, I was just taking notes. You want to go, Maribeth? Or, okay. Well, then I'll start, I guess. I want to appreciate your, I think every time we talk about MTSS, I really appreciate it because I think that model conceptually is about inclusion and about creating general education environments that are inclusive and can support students where they are, and then we kind of go to like the pullouts and the groups in tier 2 and the pullouts like in the more necessary, like one-on-one or whatever, the more advanced tiers, which is not only, obviously it's good from a sustainability perspective too, from the financial side, because we do, as most districts do, spend an inordinate, like a huge amount of our resources on special education. I think for us, correct me if I'm wrong, Jesus, but it's probably around $6 million a year. And that's great because we need to provide the services to the kids. I think the really tragic part is that we are not getting the funding that we are legally entitled to from the federal government in particular, which is by law supposed to be funding 40% of special education costs in school districts, and it's typically more like 16 to 20%. So for a district like ours with $6 million, I did crunch the numbers and I checked with Jesus, and it varies year over year a little bit, but it's like $1 million or $2 million a year every year. So over 5 years, that's like $5 to $10 million. Like, think of, there's so much we could do with that if we were able to, because that comes from our general fund, right? Like, so that's money that we could be using for anything. So I think we need to continue looking for advocacy opportunities for that. And I think it's kind of a hard nut to crack, but I think there is, again, a bill has been reintroduced in the U.S. Senate. And there does seem to be some bipartisan support. So I'm working with CSBA colleagues to be able to figure out, so what can we do to advocate for that, and how can we mobilize here at our community? We have like so many people that are passionate about like fixing these challenges. Like, honestly, like, hey, $1 million or $2 million a year, it's not like the end all be all, but like that would take a big pressure off, right? Even like $500,000 a year, like that, could we get to like 25% instead of the 40? Like, so I just wanted to point that out too, just from that perspective. In addition to the kind of the more conceptual piece that you're working on, which is like the student services part and the inclusion. I did have two questions actually. One was with regards to that piece, because I think it's interesting and something that's not well known, because there's so much involved in providing special educational services. I think it's interesting that piece that, is of course required and helpful to do, which is helping students transition post-graduation to the real world and to job services. I was curious if have been opportunities, or if you think that there are opportunities to work, because we partner so much and leverage our local nonprofits. Is there an opportunity, do you think, to work with Big Wave, which is a local nonprofit supporting adults with disabilities on that transition?
Oh, yeah, we do work with the Big Wave. And we have a new vocational specialist. Tom Owens was our vocational specialist before, and he had a very good relationship with Big Wave and working with the folks there. Taylor Taft is our new vocational specialist. He's really kind of, getting into the pool and swimming around, and he's been introduced to the people at the Big Wave. And so, yes. And we also want to work with Square Peg, because we know that they do a lot of work with ranching with students. And so we have some of our students have interest in that work. Workability is a grant that we received that really helps us to develop training programs for students who have severe disabilities, where we find them jobs where, it gets down to sorting and classifying and those types of things, and then looking for them to have work with those particular skills. So we also match up students to work locally and in job training programs for their interests. This is really a new direction that we're heading, because retail work is a way to get a paycheck, but there's also programs over the hill that train students in technology, medical technology, and the theater arts and theater engineering, and so and also theatrical engineering, so not just theater but also movies. And so those kinds of things are actually really exciting to get kids involved in sort of those more creative areas that really kind of maybe spark their hopes and dreams. And then, but we do also have a job placement where we place students in jobs, and we have a grant to provide the employer money for their training. And so that 2 week of training, the grant that we have from the Department of Rehabilitation pays for that 2 week of training. And then the student is now trained and working at that company, receiving a paycheck. And so all of our students with disabilities, provided they're old enough to work, because like some states, we actually wait till they're older and not 12. And so they're able to have a job and get a paycheck and also get that kind of training. So
that's cool. And just because it is almost 10 o'clock, I want to just take a quick pause and see if we have a motion to go past our curfew. And I think, Rosie, we have to like say a specific time now, like motion to go till 11 or something like that. Okay. Do we have a
motion to go till 11?
Second? Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Thank you, Mary Beth. Thank you, Carmen. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. 4-0, thank you.
So my second question was relating a little bit to the comment about support groups, and because you have mentioned something that also was thinking about, because I don't know how I got the email list, but like there's a group through Ability Path that gives a lot of information about webinars and things that explain like the basics, like what is the IEP process? How do you get like a lot of just basic information that is applicable to like any student in California, pretty much, although this is a San Mateo County run program. I'm curious, like what you envisioned for that piece that you talked about, if you know what the one I'm referring to.
I think for us, instead of sort of developing our own parent support groups in the different areas of disability, so for instance, parents of children with autism may want to be in a specific support group with other parents of students with autism, and those types of things. So really, the idea wouldn't be for us to sort of develop support groups for all those specific disabilities ourselves, but to be able to find parents helping parents. There's Ability Path, and there's I can't remember the county group off the top of my head, but to get them to come here to the coast side to provide the meetings and the opportunities to meet in person. And there are Zoom support meetings for certain disability categories that we send out monthly to parents of students in those disability categories. And then also, I think Mr. Machado makes a really good point about helping parents to know the support process for their child and what is the sort of intervention process, the tutoring process, and then the assessment process, so that children can engage in their school, in their classes more fully without feeling like themselves, like they can't. They are always feeling like they can. And so I think that there is room for us as a district and for my department to really present how those processes work, and working with our principals to also get out the word on how those processes work. So.
That makes a lot of sense, and kind of making it accessible, because sometimes it's hard, like the special education space is so complex and variable, and like kind of, I don't say customized situation, but each situation is a little bit different, where maybe that approach of like a human connection is probably the better one, where I always think of like the massive opportunity when everyone's coming back to school and like ready to absorb all the information, like having some kind of presence at those opportunities at the different schools, to just be a face that's known, because we are a small enough community, like, you know, that's the benefit of it. To be present in those activities, just say, hey, if you have questions ever, like talk to your principal if you still have questions, because the principals 90% of the time will know. It's just that like bit that's like more advanced stuff that, you know, they can just feel free to reach out to you, when you can kind of explain things like within the context of that student. I think because every situation is a little bit different, can be helpful.
Absolutely. And a lot of that falls oftentimes to our principals and our school psychologists, who are very active in those areas of calling and working with parents at that level too.
Any other questions or comments?
I was curious about the autism rate that's higher in the younger grades. And I know we did a year ago or 2 years ago a big push about training people on catching it, or our employees on catching it earlier. Do you think that had anything to do with the higher numbers you're seeing?
Like we're identifying students earlier, faster. That could be. I was also talking to Erin Taft. She's our school psychologist who works with Golden Gate Regional with our 3-year-olds. And the current 3-year-olds are the children who were born during the pandemic and may not have had as much language and social support. So we're really keeping an eye on those children to make sure that that we haven't misdiagnosed in the educational setting, and that we're providing the right services at the right time. So it'll be interesting to see how this happens, because when I look at the number of students with autism, the next highest, there's 12 students in pre-K right now, And the next highest grade with students with autism is 7th grade with 6 students. And then the rest of the grades that have students, it's like 2.
Wait, was it, maybe it was dyslexia? We were looking at dyslexia, not autism.
Yeah.
Isn't it? When Carolyn came up and, was it dyslexia? Yeah, okay, sorry, my bad.
Okay.
Getting late.
But I had an answer.
Okay, yeah, no, that's good.
The autism numbers were higher for the
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
earlier things. And I was thinking the same, I was wondering the same thing, like, is there some kind of pandemic-related effect? But these are diagnoses coming in from their doctors, right? Because we're not making.
Some of
those
them are
diagnoses.
medical diagnoses, and sometimes we identify students for autism without a medical diagnosis.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The other challenge that we have is our assessments are pre-pandemic assessments, so they don't account for students, so they're not normed for students having been through that.
Yeah.
Right, and whatever that means. So we'll see if these tests get normed differently as the years go by.
That's what I was curious about, if like you're kind of seeing some pandemic-related effects with some of these disabilities that hopefully with, educate with school will get the experience to help.
It's way more complicated than it seems from your slide presentation, right? You can see there's so many people. I'm curious, how do all those people report to you, or how does the chain of command work for all that? It's a lot of stuff.
It's a big program, and it's really important. The ed specialists, the principals, school psychologists, I'm mainly responsible for related support providers, so our speech, OT, APE, or school psychologists. And then principals supervise and evaluate ed specialists, but I also work with them in the hiring process, and they also supervise and hire paraprofessionals. But I work with them in terms of the assignment process, like if to get how is a para approved for a class or an individual.
And I assume most of that $6 million a year is salaries. Is that a correct assumption?
It is, yes. And there's specialized resources, students that use specialized equipment, like wheelchairs, need changing tables, those kinds of things. We have grants for that kind of specialized equipment that we're responsible for purchasing for them to use here.
And I must say, just in general, the grants, every presentation, people are getting grants, so it's amazing. Like, people are working really hard to get these grants for our district, and we need them. But I hear it across many, many presentations, people are getting grants, so that's amazing. Going back to how complicated it is, and you don't really know until you kind of look at it, do you think it's worth putting those slides up on the website? Just if people are curious about our special education, they can get I don't know, I brought it up before, so now I'm thinking on that track, and I know we have a new website coming out that, whatever.
No,
well, not website, but tech stuff, I guess.
I've been working with my admin assistants on making our section of the website both informational and a resource so that parents can go, it resources parents to other places. It resources our staff to places for information. And then it can also have specific information about what's happening in the district. To speak to the grants, one of the things that's important in the grant is to say, oh, this is a thing we're doing that goes in the grant, and make sure that I put it in the grant and not put it in Fund 1. And so the big challenge is to make sure that all of the allowable expenditures end up in those categories where they belong. And so Jennifer Marsh and I have been working really closely with the County Office of Ed, and we're going over there in June just to make sure that those parts of those expenditures are in the right places. So even parts of our ed specialists can go into grants, parts of our vision specialists can go into grants. And we just have to know what all of those allowables are to put that there to free up funding.
Because your grant size will depend on how much you have in there.
Yes, very good point. We receive federal funding for mental health, and it can only be spent on mental health for students with disabilities. And that funding can only be spent on BHRS, the Behavioral Health Recovery Services. And so if we don't utilize or have students utilizing BHRS, that amount of money will decrease. And so we want to, not that we want to over-identify students for mental health needs, but we want to make sure that we properly identify and put in that bucket so that we don't decrease that money.
Can you speak to also the Medicare reimbursement piece?
Yes, I was going to mention
Yeah.
that, yeah. So we're currently, we
Sorry,
do
Medicaid. No, sorry,
Medi-Cal.
Medicaid. Or Medi-Cal, which is Medicaid. Okay.
We do Medi-Cal reimbursement for for vision and hearing screenings is new. We're doing for that. We are able to recoup the school psych assessments, some of the speech assessments, those kinds of, but we're expanding because we can now do Medi-Cal reimbursements for mental health, for vision and hearing screenings, for our health techs who perform medical procedures, and the medical procedures are maintenance of diabetes, tube feeding, suctioning, those types of things. So when they actually perform that, we can be reimbursed for that. So we're working with Medi-Cal to really bring that on board. But Medi-Cal has like a lot of rules, and if you miss a rule, you could. So we're just trying to make sure that the amount of effort we're going to have to put in for the amount of money we're going to get back, we're not spending a lot of hours or dollars to receive a small amount of dollars back.
That's funny, I was going to ask you who's doing the billing. 'Cause,
Yeah,
you know,
and I was going to
that's
say,
my old
because
job, you know?
that is,
It's super-
medical billing is like complicated.
We're applying for a grant in the fall to have a grant to cover a person to do that billing.
That's great, yeah. And I was going to say too, that there is a bill in the legislature right now to both simplify and simplify the process for Medi-Cal reimbursement and to also increase the amount. So there's strong support for that for sure from CSBA, and I don't know really who would oppose that, but so hopefully we'll get some more kind of relief on that from the state level too. And
So that's
every little bit
new.
helps.
That's new.
That's new, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
And there also is things in the pipeline about us being able to bill private insurance for certain services. And that's going through the legislature. So that would be a really big deal if that
Yeah.
happens.
That's good.
So, and then I just wanted to acknowledge Mr. Machado's comments about staffing. It is really been very difficult in the area of speech. A lot of our agencies that we work with, and when we post also post outside of EdJoin by pointing people back to EdJoin. We've been getting a lot of speech pathologists who want to work remotely, and we don't really have a community that wants to receive services remotely. So that's been very difficult. But we have had a good hiring season in the area of speech, and a good hiring season in, although not finished yet, in our ed specialist area. So, and fingers crossed, we've made an offer today for a school psychologist. So we're working really hard on our.
Is that the Cunha position? Oh, that's been on there a long time, yeah.
And we were able to cover the Cunha position by contracting with a school psychologist, but it would be better for the school if they had someone who was here full-time.
Great, thank you for addressing that as well.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? All right, thank you very much, Martha, for all you do and for sharing it with us.
Thank you, Martha. It's like an encyclopedia of information and like a part of the work that we really need your expertise in. So thank you so much.
All right.
And Mr. Contreras is going to bring us home with 4 different items, I think.
Great, let's start, Jesus, with item 5E, approval of resolution number 05-2023, TRAN issuance and resolution maximum amount borrowing. The super exciting fun stuff.
Jesus, can you turn your microphone?
Good evening, members of the board, and I am asking today for permission to borrow $6 million in a tax an anticipated tax and revenue anticipated note. And the reason for that is because we are going to are looking at our July, August, September, October, and our cash flow indicates right now that we will need to borrow dollars. So that the fact that we have our LCFF right now anticipate to be, the basic aid in the future, in the next year, in 23-24, but CDE, which is the one that certifies the actual flowing of dollars for LCFF, they will not be giving us those dollars right then when we need them. So I'm asking for tax and revenue anticipated note. We participate with the pool from the California School Boards Association, several districts going in together, borrowing dollars and being part of that pool. I'm asking for $6 million that we will need to pay by the end of 23-24. We have asked for this in the past. The only difference now is that because we are in the situation that we are, in the past, I only needed to come to you and ask for permission to borrow because of the 2 times that as basic aid school district we were receiving in December and in the spring. Now, I have to ask for permission first from the San Mateo County Office of Education, and then they authorize me to come and ask you. So just want you to make you aware of what things change when we are in the position that we are right now. So as we need to borrow anything, we need to be taking all of those to our fiscal agent, which is the San Mateo County Office of Education.
Let me ring that bell again, just from my own standpoint, which was last month. I would have brought this and would have said to the board, you've done this before, we need to do it again. And we could not and had to ask you to not listen to it because we had received that letter. Sophia remembers the letter to us saying that, oh, yes, we accept you as a qualified budget. We may think that you may be facing insolvency. Any kind of move you make, we need to see now. So I just want to remind people, and audience is not here currently, but I said this earlier to this room and the public can hear it. This is for real. But this is a time when we have to take this because we will have cash flow liquidity problems because of our flipping back and forth. And that is why Mr. Contreras is asking for the tran today.
What I'm asking you is for a resolution that will allow us to participate in the pool with the California State Board Association and to borrow $6 million. It is a resolution.
Jesus, and I'm sorry I didn't see this in the packet. Do we know, like, so that we're approving to actually go ahead and take the loan, right, tonight? And I apologize if you don't have it off the top of your head, like, obviously with any loan there comes an amount of interest. Do you know perchance like what the interest is on this loan?
This interest is at 2.5%.
So 2.5% of 6 million.
Of 6 million. That we will borrow as we need, the amount that we need.
Okay, so we're not necessarily going to borrow the whole 6 million as of tonight.
You approve for
As
us
much
to,
as you need it, yeah, okay.
for a
and-
max of 6 million.
Okay. And Mary Beth had a good point that we need a motion to approve before we have discussion. Rosie's probably thinking the same thing too. Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll motion. I don't want to
Yeah.
motion to borrow $6 million.
Do we have a second?
but
And then we'll have more discussion.
I can second.
All right, so 2.5% on up to 6 million. You know, I'm going to assume that we need all the 6 million. That's a good chunk of money.
It's a big chunk of money on our, $39, $40 million budget.
Yeah.
It's huge.
Any other questions or comments? It's about $150,000. So that's just money.
Wow,
That's,
I think last time when we calculated, it was like 50
50,000.
I think it was like 90.
Oh, was
I think
it?
last time, right? I don't remember how much we borrowed last time, but yeah, about $150,000. So that's just the
I
cost
can
of
make-
doing
Flush it down the
business.
drain, yeah.
Yeah, well, we don't.
That's too bad.
The-
We have to do it.
It's the drop
It's
after
this or we're
being
not going to
basic
be able
aid.
to pay people.
And it's
So-
the kind of thing I think where people don't always understand, like you get more money, sometimes you have to spend more money when you, right? Like we had a little, because we're what people like to call poor basic aids, like we're just barely above that minimum threshold, but like it gets sucked up in things like this too, right? There's 150,000 of it just, interest. So, thank you. Any other questions
Yeah,
or
but
comments?
is your calculation on the whole year? When would we pay it back?
We need to pay it back by the spring, by April 30th of next year.
Yeah, so it wouldn't be so long. 'Cause that-
2.5, it was just 2.5% of 6 million. Assume it's the overall rate, like,
I will
Anyway.
make sure that when we pay it off, I can bring you the details, how much we
yeah,
ended
that'd be
up.
great.
Yeah, I'd be
That'd great.
interested to see it, sure.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, because it depends if it's like a compounded monthly or whatever. Any other further questions or comments? All right, if not, we'll go to vote.
All right, this is a roll call because it's a resolution. Sophia,
Aye.
Kimberly, Carmen,
Aye.
thank you, Lisette,
Aye.
Mary Beth.
Aye.
It passes 4-0.
All right, thank you, Jesus. Next item, item,
Next item
5-4.
is public hearing and action. This public hearing is to approve the study for the developer fees. We had our last developer fees study done back in 2012. And what we had, it was $3.20 per square foot for new residential and 51 cents per square foot for commercial. This study, as presented to you, it brings us at a level of 4.79 per square foot for new residential and 78 cents for commercial. This is a study that was conducted so that we could also be in line to get any state aid that we might possibly get for facilities. This is kept in Fund 25, and currently we have about $2 million there that we would need to use exclusively for our facilities. And it will come in handy as we run our modernizations out there, but that regularly as new buildings go up, this is what we are going to be asking for constructions to pay. And we will then make sure that goes into operation 60 days from today, the day that you approve it. And that's according to statute.
I just want to speak to this too. Last year, there was an opportunity for us to apply for some funding for the state. I think it was for transitional kindergarten housing or classrooms.
So there was those TK dollars that are no longer in existence in the new budget, but they were out there.
Yeah, and so we were going to go grab those, and we had hired someone to work with us on that, and then they gave us a spreadsheet and said, well, you'll have to show us that your developer fees are maxed out. And we said, well, we can't do that. There hasn't been a justification study. I'm just airing this dirty laundry, actually. Right now, I'm going to go ahead and do it, Jesus. And so it was like something on our list to do. And they said, well, you'll need the board to approve this increase. And I said, well, you can't do this without having a study. Jesus, thank you very much. You have worked with your department to conduct the study with, I think, SSC or SCI?
SCI.
And so thank you. And I will just say that we would highly encourage the passage. It is a public hearing, so you do have to ask if anybody in the public would like to speak to this. But we would highly recommend that we are able to pass this because it's not just about developer fees that we will receive when new developments are happening, which there's going to be a lot of new development coming, God willing. my own predilection there about increased housing. But then the other thing is, without it, we can't actually be in line for grants from the state. So this is a long time overdue. I'm glad that Jesus and his team have been able to do it. And I would also say, before I end my little soapbox here, my next step for us, I think, on this would be to readjust and reset the rates for our civic facilities rental rates. But that's, sorry, that could be next year's work, buddy.
All right, so should we go to
Public hearing.
public hearing? Okay, so we're starting the public hearing. Are there anybody in the public that wants to make a comment? Seeing as there are none, we will close the public hearing. And we can go to board questions or comments. Oh, sorry, motion to approve, because this is also for action. Second?
Second.
All right, questions or comments? I was just curious, Jesus, if you have a sense, like, what the current rates are, like, if it's gonna really, like, have any appreciable, I guess it's hard to know because it is so development-based, but,
32 cents currently
okay.
per square foot
Instead of
of
47.
residential. And 51 cents for commercial.
There are developer fees set aside in an account currently that can be used for facilities and capital costs, right? And what, there's like $200,000 in that account? Am I wrong on that?
We have more than that. We have about $2 million for.
So this money adds up.
Yeah.
So
Oh, yeah.
I mean.
If we can max it out, woo.
And everybody does it. I mean, it's best practice.
Yes. So we continually put the dollars that go there, Fund 25.
That's great.
Okay.
Can I just ask a question too? Mr. Contreras, how do we get to a place where we're not 11 years out of sorts? In the future, there's just a calculator that we can apply to keep going and provide a resolution to the board without having to do the justification study every time? I don't know how that works.
Every time. Now we can bring it to the board to authorized, to reauthorized.
And without having a study done?
The study has to be done every so often, and
Okay.
I don't know what statute
Okay.
says about that, but I know that we can come up with, when they're increased, the rates are increased by the state.
Okay.
then we can-
It's well worth it. It pays for itself.
It's good, we're cleaning out our pantry, so.
Yeah.
as Leticia says.
Finding some jars of peanut butter in there that haven't been opened and haven't been expired yet. All right, do we have any other further questions or comments? All right, and I think we're ready to vote. Rosie?
All right, this is a resolution, so we'll need roll call. Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly? Carmen?
Aye.
Lisette?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Passes 4-0.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Jesus. All right, next item, 5G, adoption of resolution number 082023, Cunha Intermediate Green Schoolyard Grant. Did you hear that?
So-
Grant.
Grant. So this resolution would authorize us to go ahead and apply for this grant. The grant is to get this campus with green spaces. What this will pay for is a study, a master planning of the site with green spaces. And it doesn't pay for the actual doing it. It's for the master planning. What we think is that with that master plan, then we can go to other partnerships and say, can you help us achieve this? Can you help us achieve this? So it's professional master planning, and they would pay for 75% of the cost, but we can pay, the other 25% can be in kind. So if Leticia and Matthew and they spent time on those projects, that's part of the in-kind that we could put into the grant. So it's a resolution also, and this was an interesting resolution that they said, don't change the form.
All right, do we have a motion to approve? Second?
Second.
All right, questions or comments?
Great, sounds great. Grants, I like it.
Grants and more
Grants.
green space, which I think we could definitely use. There's a lot of concrete around here, so.
It's exciting. It's
Yeah,
exciting
it's very
to get that.
exciting, both from the environmental perspective and the wellness perspective as
Good.
well. To have more green on this campus is a great opportunity.
Would be great to bring it to you here and then
Yeah.
to the public and see how we can fund it.
That's great. All right, well, I think we're ready for vote. Rosie?
Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly South? Carmen?
Aye.
Lisette?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
It passes 4-0.
Okay, next item is 5H, approval of Core West Leaseback LLB modernization contract for Farallon View Elementary.
So over a year ago, I brought to you the proposition to hire somebody to help us do the dreaming or the ideation of the modernization of Fairlawn View. We hired Studio W. Studio W helped us do that ideation and the concepts, and a couple of times that we brought them here to the board. Then in November, we brought the final concepts in here with ready to hire a general contractor. So we have done all of the different steps to make sure that we follow all of the dotted the I's and cross the T's of the leaseback and contract that we are seeking to operate with and to execute with the Core West Inc., which is the one that the committee selected to do the work. So part of all of this was done, and our attorney helped us get all of those documents that you saw, and one of them is the lease of the facilities and the actual contract. So this is an actual contract that we would want to offer and ask the board to approve it in a lease back format. The one exhibit C, that we had to add today, it is because it's in response to that April 27th ruling. So we had to just take out one Exhibit C and include the new Exhibit C that now has a schedule as per the new things for the based on the ruling that came on April 27th. So that now it brings it up to speed, to legal speed, so to speak, and we're asking the board to consider approval of Core West Inc. to be the general contractor to carry the concepts that were brought to you from Studio W at Fairlawn View Elementary School.
Exhibit C was part of the attachment 5H2. Mm-hmm.
And this information is updated on the website? Or
It will be updated tomorrow,
Okay,
but
perfect.
because we were changing it tonight, we
Yeah.
have to do it at the same time for,
Oh, okay, perfect.
so
Thank you.
it's in the back, and you also have a copy.
Awesome, thank you, Rosie. All right, do we have a motion to approve?
Seconded.
All right. So my main question, oh, sorry, can you clarify, because this like type of contract is so like strange to most of us, most people in general, especially in the public. Can you explain a little bit, like, what are we actually, like, what does this contract actually say? And what is the amount of money we're committing to, and what is that for?
The board approved back in November a cost, a concept that was $23 million for the modernization of this is the operationalization of that. Now, with this model of lease back, we are not going to be that one of the advantages of lease-leaseback is that we are not, as a district, going for the hard bids on every single thing and having to take the lowest bid. We are guaranteeing that working with a contractor that you would help us contract now there is more flexibility to do that. Otherwise, the district would have to go for the lowest bid all the time with the other ways of operationalizing this construction. Lease-back is favored by many districts because of its flexibility and because we are the contractor is a partnership with a contractor. And one of the benefits is that we don't, there is less room for change orders. And because there is a collaborative effort to go into the construction, there is, oh, but not that, that is going to be, oh, but not that, that is going to be. So it's more efficient in that respect. And there is the guaranteed price also that we expect to bring to you in June. So you help us if you select and this contractor now we work with that contractor to make sure, and the architect, that we bring to you the guaranteed minimum price, the GMP, and then we then totally moved into that mode of operation.
I just want to bring up, too, it's been in the news recently. You may have seen it about lease-leaseback in a lawsuit that was recently settled, I think, by the California Supreme Court. And what?
An opinion.
The U.S. Supreme Court. Thank you. And that's big league. I mean, that's really huge. So that's big. And I just want to say it was in the courts that recently was studied, and I think that is the issue why we brought the exhibit tonight, is because our attorneys at DWK, Deirdre Sakai, wanted to make sure that we had belt and suspenders on that exhibit based on that, to make sure that looked clean after that lawsuit, to make sure everybody was on page. But I will say, too, that when I was in Alameda, there was a lot of consternation about lease-back back in the day because there was ambiguity about whether it's legal or not. It is totally legal, but the reason why the Supreme Court, U.S. Supreme Court, if I'm not mistaken, found the way that it was done in Fresno, I believe, as illegal is because they avoided the bid process. In this regard, I want to assure you, because I saw it, and I could have been a fly in the room. I was not in the room. I saved my colleagues from my nosy way, but you guys interviewed numerous. We put out in our request for proposals for this and also for El Granada, and there will be traction on El Granada from a selection 2 coming soon to this board, right?
We have done the same process where we secured the best value when we put out our RFP, our request for proposals. Then they submit, and then we opened all of their bids, and then that's way of guaranteeing the best value. That's the part that we do, and then we get to work on a contract like this for El Granada. We did the same process already, and I will be bringing to you something similar, hopefully by the meeting on the 30th, where I can.
So question then, so what are we actually paying for and what are we actually getting from this contract? Because then you said like the actual, like we're going to put these beams here and this roof here, like that construction is later, right? Or no?
This opens the process.
Okay.
This opens the process. You are giving us permission to.
Okay, that's what I thought.
To work with them so that we can bring a GMP, the guaranteed minimum pricing, on all the concepts that are already out there, that our architects have already taken to DSA, the Division of State Architect, that are in the mix already.
So basically, this is like saying, let's get married, and then we're gonna come back next month and figure out what house are we gonna buy. Something like that. Okay,
That's
this
a
is
good
just
way to
agreement,
put
like,
it.
well, let's partner up, that's this. So
But
these
what the
the
board
prenup,
has,
yeah, it's
but what the
prenup.
board has already saying, but not to exceed the $23 million.
Yeah, so is that 23 million's in here somewhere, or, and I missed it, or no? I probably missed it, or,
No, that's going to be coming with a
Okay, that's in
guaranteed,
in
the
June, okay.
GMP, that we are thinking that is going to be in the mid-June to
Oh,
you.
okay, got it. That's, okay, that's what I was gonna say, the GMP is coming later. So with this attachment 3, schedule of lease payments, is this like real numbers? Is this something that gets traded back?
That's part of what we added in accordance with the new ruling.
So is this like $568,000 we're actually paying them for something, or?
That
is
used
it-
to be like at $1.
Yeah, that's what I was, yeah.
That's what we're now saying, okay, it's not going to be $1. It's going to be this schedule. So we will square ourselves at the end.
Yeah, that's, I thought this is like, we're paying them, but then they're gonna reimburse us for this.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I was trying to figure out.
Yeah, so
Got it,
that's a
okay.
schedule that we get in there, because part of the Fresno and Unified and the,
Yeah, the Fresno USD.
yeah, that was part of it.
Okay.
$1 is not a contract.
And again, the reason why we're bringing the changed exhibit is because our attorneys didn't get it to us until Tuesday morning. By that point, 72 hours before the meeting has elapsed, and we had to bring it this night because the public has to get it the same night you get it.
Yeah, and I think the court only announced the decision like a week ago.
That's
So
right.
It's pretty actually fortuitous that this all happened
Yes.
right after that, even with that little like delay, but it's still like.
No, the
hot on
timing
press.
was, no, the timing was good, but
was
it
good.
makes this anomaly where we bring it on the night.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
trust me, there's hell to pay in the office when people bring it past our deadline.
But U.S. Supreme
We don't
Court
like that.
decision timing.
We don't like that. But this time we were like, okay, Jesus.
Better to do it and not have to
Yes.
come back again
This
with
is
the
a
revised
risk
thing.
management move. The lawyer says to do it, let's do it.
So this is money that goes to them, but then gets reimbursed to us. You just have to go through these machinations instead of calling it $1, like, okay.
Which it was interesting because when that case was the first ruling in 2014, which is probably when you were involved with it, 2014, then there was more coming, another in 2015, and then
Yeah.
2016, it finally made it into Ed Code. It changed Ed Code, and now there is this Supreme Court ruling.
Yeah, we're glad that it's finally decided by the Supremes, because I tell you, when I was in Alameda, it was, my construction manager there was just pulling his hair out because, wait a second, we had a beautiful thing with leaseback. Everybody as construction managers and CBOs had great experience with leaseback, and then boards just didn't want to do it. It was just like, whoa, it's too ambiguous. Now it is clear. The attorney has said, hey, we'll do this. Core has received it. You've received it. Everybody's good with it. Let's party.
All right, let's go. Any other questions or comments? All right, we'll go to vote. Rosie?
All right. Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly? Out. Carmen?
Aye.
Lisette?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
This item passes 4-0.
All right, and that's the end of our general business agenda. Thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
Jesus, for
Thank
the
you,
last
thank you.
4, bringing it home for us tonight. All right, item 6, get ready, there's a lot of these. End of the school year ceremonies. Farallon View Elementary School promotion, May 31st, 11 a.m. El Granada Elementary School promotion, May 31st, 1:30 p.m. Hatch Elementary School promotion, June 1st, 9 a.m. Kings Mountain Elementary School promotion, June 1st, 10 a.m. Cunha Intermediate School promotion, May 31st, 6 p.m. Half Moon Bay High School graduation, June 1st, 6 p.m. Pilarcitos High School graduation, June 1st, 11 a.m. Los Listos Preschool graduation, June 28th, 6 p.m. La Costa Adult School graduation, June 1st, 11 a.m. That's a lot of events, and thank you to Rosie for coordinating us. If folks haven't already signed up for events to attend, check out Rosie's email with the spreadsheet and sign up. All right.
Just to add to that, Sophia, if more than 2 want to attend, since this is a ceremony that you can all
That's totally
attend.
fine. So we don't have to worry about just having 2. All right, Future events, May 29th, Memorial Day holiday, all sites closed. May 30th, special board meeting, location to be determined, 6 PM. May 17th, DLAC meeting, Hatch Elementary School, 6 PM. So that's next week. And June 1st, last day of school. June 8th, our next regular board meeting, Cunha, this intermediate school multipurpose room, same time, same place, 6 PM. Do we have a motion to adjourn? This is the best part.
Seconded.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. 4-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.